Seeing as it's 6:30 and we have a quorum, I would like to call this regular session of the Bloomington Common Council to order here on Wednesday, December 3rd. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Ruff.
Here.
Rallo.
Here.
Piedmont-Smith. Here. Stosberg.
Here.
Daly. Here. Asari.
Here.
Great, thank you. There's a lot of people in the room here tonight. That's exciting for one of the last meetings of the year. I've been starting meetings with a little kind of general note of interest, either historical or something related to justice and that category of thing. And for the third time, I think this year, I'm going to talk about gerrymandering. The first time I talked about it, it was about the origin of the word gerrymandering, and then it was, you know, the different states are gerrymandering, and today I'm going back to it because our Indiana state legislators have reconvened in special session to redistrict our congressional maps. And for those of you who don't know, redistricting usually happens around the census, so once every 10 years, and this mid-decade redistricting is not normal. It is not the normal course of business. And the Republican contingent, the sponsor of this bill, has been open about declaring that the maps that they are proposing are politically gerrymandered, breaking apart areas with high numbers of Democrats so those Democratic-leaning voters are diluted with Republican numbers in hopes that all 9 of the congressional seats will go to Republican candidates. And in order to do that, one of the things that they've done is separated the Indianapolis area into 4 different districts. And that results in the same person representing sections of urban Indianapolis as rural Jackson County or rural Rush County or rural Union County. And that's interesting, I'll say, because I try to stay neutral during these moments. So both the process of calling a special session mid-century and proposing deliberately gerrymandered maps is meaningful for everybody, for all Hoosiers, and this will impact the representation that all of us have in Washington. And I would encourage everyone to contact your representatives to share your views on this process. And now, usually I go on to the agenda summation, but I also have a little note about our agenda before I go on because we have a few pieces of legislation tonight that are just a little bit different than normal. So there is legislation related to voluntary annexation on the agenda this evening. We have not had to deal with any voluntary annexation in the city of Bloomington for a number of years. And so it's been a learning curve for everybody involved to figure out exactly how to do it. And so I'm going to talk about it a little bit because there are 3 pieces of legislation that have to do with the voluntary annexation. One of them is a resolution, okay? And resolutions have 1 reading. So we're going to talk about that and vote on that as a council this evening. And that resolution has to do with the fiscal plan. That's like the money plan. It's like, how does Bloomington plan to fund this new property in terms of the services and that kind of thing that wants to be a part of the city. The second piece of legislation that is the actual voluntary annexation itself, and that has to be an ordinance, and ordinances have 2 readings. Tonight will just be the first reading of that ordinance to actually do the annexation. Council doesn't talk about things at first readings. Most of the time at first readings, there's not an opportunity for the public to comment. However, with this particular first reading, the state of Indiana for voluntary annexation requires a public hearing. And at public hearings, the public gets to talk. So at our first reading tonight for, that is ordinance 2025-43, that will be a public hearing. So even though it is a first reading, the public will have an opportunity to comment about the annexation ordinance itself. Then the third piece of legislation that has to do with the annexation ordinance is the voluntary annexation is also an ordinance, and it will be on first reading tonight. We will not have discussion on it or anything, and that piece of legislation has to do with if we do annex the property, what would the zoning be? Because we would have to declare as a council how that would look on our zoning maps. And so that is up for first reading tonight. And so 2 weeks from tonight, we will, as a council, discuss those 2 ordinances up for first reading. But as I said, tonight will be that public hearing. So I'll summarize the agenda now. So first we have the minutes for approval. Then we have our time for reports, a maximum of 20 minutes for each part in this section. The first part is reports from council members. The second part is reports from the mayor, city clerk, city offices, and city boards and commissions. And tonight we will have a report from the Economic and Sustainable Development Department with a climate action plan update. Then we'll have reports from council committees, of which I do not believe we have any. And then will be our first report time to hear from the public. And so at that public comment time, people can talk about things that are not on our agenda. Okay, so if there's something not on the agenda at all that you came here that you want to share with us tonight, that would be the first opportunity to do so. After reports, we'll have appointments to boards and commissions, which I do not believe we have any this evening. And then we'll have the legislation for first readings. We have ordinance 2025-46, and that's the one to amend the Bloomington zoning map to zone that new property to a residential medium lot. And then we will have ordinance 2025-47 to amend Title 8, entitled Historic Preservation and Protection, to establish a historic district regarding a property. And then we will have the ordinance 2025-43, which is the ordinance to annex certain real estate. And so that is where we'll have that public hearing after that first reading. After that public hearing, we'll move into second readings and resolutions. We'll start with the resolution 2025-19, which is adopting a fiscal plan for the annexation of that property. Then we'll have appropriation ordinance 2025-14 to appropriate from the general fund, Parks and Recreation General Fund, Motor Vehicle Highway Fund, the Jack Hopkins Fund for expenditures not otherwise appropriated, just kind of an end of the year balancing act. And then we'll have ordinance 2025-44, amending Title 10 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Wastewater, so that's the septic hauler rate adjustment. And then we'll have ordinance 2025-19, amending Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code, removal and impound of vehicles regarding towing rates. And then we'll finish up with ordinance 2025-20, amending amending Chapter 4, 4.32, updating towing for the non-consensual towing businesses. So both of those last two ordinances have to do with towing. After the legislation, we'll have additional public comment. So that's another period of public comment where people can talk about things not on the agenda, and you can speak at one of those two periods of general public comment. There will be public comment periods on all of those second readings and resolutions. Any notes on council schedule, and then we'll adjourn. So after all that, we can go back to the minutes.
I move that the minutes from September 10th, 2025 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council members about the minutes? Seeing as we're all here in person tonight, we can have a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That motion passes. Next, we'll move into reports. I will start to my left tonight with Councilmember Daley.
No report, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Asari.
No report, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
No report.
Councilmember Rallo.
Just to say for the record that I want to express my disappointment with the RDC, the Redevelopment Commission, for taking up the subject of donating the property at the Bunger Robertson property to for the purpose of the hotel, to entice the hotel, which has been under negotiation by the CIB. I think that's extremely disappointing. The city needs to recoup the $7 million that was paid for that, and I find this sacrifice unacceptable at a time when we are already facing austerity, when we have other challenges, including affordable housing in the city, and especially because the council anticipated that something like this might happen and took a formal position in 2024 against it. So it was stated by the council that that was unacceptable. So I hope that RDC will do the right thing and not make that donation. And if it requires negotiating with a different hotelier, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ruff. No report, thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
No report, thanks.
Okay, thank you, and I will skip report time tonight as well. Next, we have report from the mayor, city clerk, city offices, et cetera, with the Economic and Sustainable Development Department. could state your name for the record, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Sean Mia. I'm the Assistant Director of Sustainability for the Economic and Sustainable Development Department. And tonight I will be giving an update on how we are implementing our climate action plan since our last update in July of 2024. So I'll just wait for my slides. Okay, this is not my presentation. Oops. There you go. Great. Okay, thanks. I'm just going to fly through these slides, and there'll be time for questions after. So I'm just going to highlight some of our big programs. So since August of 2024, we have completed 11 solar installations at these locations as part of our solar energy efficiency and lighting program. And we have approved 6 additional solar installations at these sites. They should be completed in early 2026. Donovan Energy has been our municipal energy efficiency and decarbonization consultant since 2024. In 2025, they completed 9 Level 2 ASHRAE energy audits at these 9 buildings. Here's a list of recommended energy conservations that came out of those reports. The green checkmarked projects are the ones that have been completed. We will be continuing to work with departments to implement these additional projects in coming years. Part of the recommended energy conservation measures was to upgrade LED lighting at these 7 buildings. These LED lighting upgrades will be completed by the end of this year. We have completed the City Hall LED lighting project. We will be receiving $141,000 back from the Department of Energy. We will also be getting $33,000 back in Duke Energy rebates for this project. And it is estimated that the city will save 67% of annual lighting costs because of this project. Giving you an update on the Buskirk-Chumley Theater project, we received a $508,000 grant from the Indiana Office of Energy Development. We are making progress with this project. We anticipate the HVAC system will be upgraded. We'll be installing solar, a battery energy storage system by the end of 2026. So we're currently in the schematic design phase. Another part of our solar energy efficiency and lighting program is the energy efficiency and lighting portion. Our project partner, IFF, completed 8 energy audits at these locations and completed 8 projects. We anticipate 3 additional projects in 2026, early 2026. So if you're interested, you can see that we have provided over $1 million in grants through the SEAL program, and ITS has helped to create a map to look at all those locations. In 2025, we revised our Bloomington Green Home Improvement Program. We approved 34 projects at residential locations. Here's a list of those projects in 2025. We will continue this program in 2026. A lot of our residents said that they would not have completed these projects without these rebates, so we're really proud of this program. We're really excited to announce our Bloomington Energy Works program. We were awarded a $250,000 grant from the Coalition for Green Capital. This is a market building grant, and our program partner is the Indiana Energy Independence Fund. Our goal is to provide free energy audits for any large commercial building owner, manufacturing building owners, nonprofits, academic institutions. Our goal is to get a list of at least $50 million worth of financeable projects and submit our robust clean energy public-private partnership plan to the Coalition for Green Capital by March 15th, 2026. So we have a very short time frame to develop that list. So we have a new website that we have launched. It's called, you can go to it by visiting bloomingtonenergyworks.com. You can learn all about the program. You can apply for the free energy audit. We're also going to have a volunteer energy community engagement program. We have hired a nonprofit called Electrify Indiana. They are going to conduct a door-to-door campaign and train volunteers to give group presentations on the benefits of energy efficiency and renewable energy. So please, everyone, go to that website. We're going to have our first webinar on December 10th at noon, so please register for that webinar. And so for climate resilience, we are planting trees. We are providing funding to homeowners to remove hazardous trees and limbs, and we're also installing bus stop shelters. Our Stay Cool Bloomington program in 2025, we provided funding to provide over 15,000 free admissions for our city pools. We distributed 8 AC units, window units, and we also distributed 400 Stay Cool Bloomington Cool Kits. Project 46 has made some significant progress this year. In July, the steering committee approved the bylaws and organizational structure and also approved membership for the advisory committee members listed here. We also have a new website. You can visit it by going to project46regionalclimatealliance.com. We have had a lot of successful community engagement events this year using our Zero in Bloomington platform. And I encourage everyone to go to our Climate Action Plan dashboard where you can see more details about all of the things I've talked about tonight and how we are continuing to make progress on implementing our Climate Action Plan and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there councilmember questions for Ms. Mia? All right, well, I have questions if nobody else has questions. And I appreciate, I know that you included more slides than you talked about because of time-related stuff. Can you talk a little bit more about Project 46 and the council role in Project 46? Because we got rid of the Climate Action Committee or the Climate and Resilience Council Committee, partly because of being involved with Project 46. So if you could just talk about that for council members a little bit, because
Sure.
this previews a role that one of us needs to take next year.
Sure. Thank you for the question and the opportunity. So for the organizational structure of Project 46, the steering committee is made up of Mayor Thompson, Mayor Ferdon in Columbus, and Sandy Jones, who is the town manager of Nashville. So the steering committee votes on all of their actions. There's also advisory committee members. And if you look on the Project 46 website, you can see the organizational structure. There are seats that are available for the advisory committee members for city council staff from each governmental entity. So we can have one member from City of Bloomington City Council, one member from Bloomington or Columbus City Council, and then the town council of Nashville. So advisory committee members are made up of the city councils. We also have advisory committee members from manufacturers and commercial entities and nonprofit organizations. And then also we can have city staff who are interested in working towards actions for Project 46. So for instance, we have Kat Zeiger from CBU. She attends the meetings and is very involved. And so we're trying to get that level of involvement across the region.
Great, thank you. So are those meetings monthly?
The steering committee meetings are quarterly, but the subcommittee meetings are more frequent.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mia, for the presentation. I'm wondering, I'm looking at the Climate Action Plan. We have specific goals, of course, that refer to actual percentages and numbers as far as decreasing reliance on fossil fuels and energy efficiency and stuff. So have these programs that you talked about, which are wonderful, have they been tagged back to the goals in the plan? And if so, how are we doing on achieving the goals?
That's a great question, and I think it's a very difficult one. I think right now we are able to look at our greenhouse gas emissions inventory and see the progress that we're making there, but individual level goals, I think it's more challenging to have the capacity to look at each of those goals and how we are making progress. For instance, I think probably the easiest one would be the level of EV adoption. I think the state has some records that we could try to source and find out if we're making progress on that. But some of those other ones, it's a little bit more elusive as to how we would collect data to prove the progress that we're making. But for now, I think the best that we can do is our greenhouse gas inventory. It gives us an overall view of our community and the progress that we're making
And how often is that inventory going to be done?
annually.
Oh, okay.
So we're working on the 2024 greenhouse gas inventory data. It's been very difficult to get that data from Duke Energy, but we are making progress, and I hope to have that published soon.
Okay, great. I'll look for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? I have one more then, too. In terms of the Stay Cool Bloomington and the AC distribution program, there were 28 applications, but only 8 installations. Like, can you talk a little bit about, like, that application process and what maybe was it about those applications that were rejected, that they, like, didn't meet some qualification or another?
That's a great question. We actually have had a lot of success with people applying for the AC units and then reaching out to their landlords and having them fix their AC units themselves. So it's been a success, even if we're not actually installing units. We're working with hand. Whenever we get one of those requests, we let them know, hey, someone's AC unit is not working in their apartment or what have you. And so we're seeing success in that manner.
Wonderful. That's an interesting
Yeah.
sidebar in terms of
Yes.
that process. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. We have a couple more minutes of that 20 minutes if there's anything that you want to add, and I want to give you that opportunity.
If you can talk to all of your constituents about Bloomington Energy Works, I would really appreciate it. Our first webinar is next Wednesday. We're really trying our best to email commercial businesses, manufacturers, just really trying to get the word out and get people there, because this is our opportunity to raise our hand as a city of Bloomington and say, we're ready for these investments. So we want to bring low-cost capital to Bloomington, and the only way to do that is if we all come together and work on this together and get our list of projects that need financing.
Okay,
So
great.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. All right, I have to get back to my agenda now. Council committees, no reports from council committees. So that brings us to our first session for reports from the public. So this is the first period of public comment. If anybody has a comment on an item not on the agenda this evening. If you're in chambers, you can go ahead and make your way to the podium. If you're online, you could raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. So once again, this is for comments on items that are not on our agenda this evening. I don't see anybody moving in chambers who wants to talk about random things. Anybody online? Okay, there'll be another opportunity for general public comment at the end if anybody wants to take advantage of it then. No appointments to boards and commissions, so we are on to legislation for first readings. Councilmember Daly, that's all right.
I was asking questions at the wrong time. I move that ordinance 2025-46 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to introduce ordinance 2025-46. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-46, to amend the Bloomington zoning maps and zone property currently in the Monroe County jurisdiction to residential medium lot, R2, in anticipation of voluntary annexation regarding 2005 West Corey Drive. William Wamatai, petitioner. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance recommends that the property at 2005 West Corey Street be zoned residential medium lot, R2, if the voluntary annexation is approved.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2025-47 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to introduce ordinance 2025-47. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-47, to amend Title VIII of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Historic Preservation and Protection to establish a historic district regarding the Ivan Adams House Historic District, Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission petitioner. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Chapter 8.20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled List of Designated Historic and Conservation Districts in order to designate the Ivan Adams House, parcel number 013-065-8000, Lades Lot 28, located at 115 East 12th Street, City of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana, as a historic district. Built in the mid-1920s, the Ivan Adams House is a Craftsman California bungalow that retains a high degree of architectural integrity. The house is associated with Ivan Adams, one of the most prominent local stone carvers whose work can be found in significant and recognizable sites around Bloomington and the United States.
Thank you. We'll hear those ordinances and have public comment on them on December 17th, 2 weeks from tonight, and the last one.
I move that ordinance 2025-43 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to introduce ordinance 2025-43. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-43, an ordinance annexing certain real estate to the City of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance, pursuant to a voluntary annexation petition, annexes the real estate commonly known as 2005 West Corey Drive, Bloomington, Indiana, a parcel located outside of but contiguous with city boundaries.
Thank you. So as I said earlier, even though we don't usually have any public comment on items for first reading, because the state requires a public hearing at least 10 days in advance of a vote on an item, we will have a public hearing tonight on ordinance 2025-43. And so if somebody from the public would like to speak to that annexation petition, I would like to just remind everybody right now that there is a resolution specifically regarding the fiscal plan for the city, that there will also be a chance to discuss it. So this period of time is just for the public wanting to comment on the voluntary annex overall. So if you are in chambers, you can go ahead and make your way to the podium, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. If you're online, you can raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. So I see a couple people thinking like they want to go over. Just go ahead and make your way to the podium. It's kind of a first come, first serve sort of moment, and we can all be orderly about it. There should be a paper there so you can sign in, and then please state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Is staff ready with the timer? Excellent. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and start, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jay Nelson, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My family owns the property at 2009 West Corey Drive, which is directly next door to the property that we're talking about here. Normally I'm pretty good at winging it here, but I'm going to read off of this. So my grandmother, who is elderly and a long-term resident, lives in this home of ours that we own there. And she's been a long-term resident there. And this is going to directly affect her daily safety, stability, and well-being. I'm here today to respectfully express my opposition into the voluntary annexation and rezoning of this property, to request that the commission take a much closer look at the real environmental and neighborhood level impacts that it would create. First, this lot contains features that appear to be a sinkhole or active karst areas. There is visible depressions, unusual drainage patterns, and long-standing pooling after storms that we observed for years. The planning staff report itself references a potential karst feature in the southeast corner of the lot. The terrain poses a serious risk of building foundations, groundwater, stormwater flow, and surrounding properties. Any development, especially a duplex, could cause ground instability, erosion, or flooding that would immediately affect our home and my grandmother's safety. At a minimum, no land use change should be approved without a full geotechnical and karst assessment by a qualified engineer. This should include soil borings, groundwater review, and formal stormwater management plan. Approving an R2 zoning before these studies are done puts residents at risk. Second, there is a long-standing recorded drainage easement on this lot. This easement was created when the subdivision was approved in the early 1990s. The easement exists for a reason: to protect downstream homes from runoff, pooling water, and stormwater displacement. Third, Corey Lane and Corey Drive are not adequate condition to support increased density. Both are narrow residential streets. The road surface is deteriorating and has long unaddressed potholes and erosion, with no clear maintenance responsibility between the city and county. Adding a duplex increases traffic, parking pressure, and wear and tear on the roads. Fourth, this duplex would be the only duplex on the street. They're all single-family homes, and this property is looking to be that, and that would change the character of the street and that development area, and even the property value. My time's running up, and fifth is just the impact of the tree removal. This person's already removed some trees. I don't know without permit or whatnot, but that's an issue. But I urge you to actually go drive by this, and you'll see that it should not be approved. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on this? Go ahead and make your way in. Make sure that you sign in and then state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes. Is there anybody who's raised a hand online? Okay. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Leslie Ruiz. I live just north of this property, right across the street. I'm also going to try and read to keep things concise. I'm concerned about the timing and purpose of this request. As the Planning Department's report states, if a karst feature is verified, then it would be restricted for development within 25 feet of the last closed contour. Because the landowner is seeking annexation in order to construct a duplex, it seems important to fully understand whether the karst features limit or constrains development before changing the jurisdiction. It would be prudent to evaluate whether annexation is premature until an appropriate assessment of the karst feature and drainage impacts is complete, ensuring the site can safely support this proposed duplex before altering the jurisdictional boundary helps avoid unforeseen complications for both the city and nearby county residents. In particular, I'm concerned that any construction on this parcel may alter water flow through our shared drainage system and increase flooding on my property, flooding that has already grown worse over the past several years despite no other changes to the surrounding environment. It seems important to evaluate whether the current geological features of the property should support the build the landowner is seeking, as well as whether additional impervious surface could exacerbate the flooding. Additionally, the geometry of this lot and the roadway conditions on Corey Drive present significant constraints. The section of street between our two properties is already narrowed due to the drainage and karst features beneath it, which limits safe on-street parking even under current conditions. Duplexes typically bring multiple adult residents with multiple vehicles, and our subdivision has no sidewalks, so children, including my own, use the street itself to ride bikes and scooters, and families walk along the roadway. Increased curbside parking in an already narrowed section of street reduces visibility, constricts the travel lane, and heightens safety risks for the children and pedestrians who rely on the street as their only route. This raises real concerns about whether a higher density residential use is compatible with the physical limitations of this part of Corey Drive. I also want to reiterate that our subdivision, Corey Estates, remains firmly opposed to annexation, as expressed throughout the recent annexation process. Annexing this single parcel would create what is effectively a permanent service island. Such boundaries present ongoing challenges for police, fire, and first response services. For instance, if an emergency involves properties on both sides of the line, determining which agency responds or whether multiple agencies must respond can complicate coordination, duplicate efforts, or slow service delivery to the entire area. Similar issues arise with jurisdiction for law enforcement and routine patrol coverage. These complications will persist indefinitely if the surrounding subdivision remains unincorporated, as residents have clearly indicated they intend to do. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the Commission to consider whether the timing, practical implications of annexing the single parcel serve the long-term interests of the city, the applicant, and the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Is there anybody else in chambers who would like to make a comment about this during the public hearing time? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing then, and just make sure that everybody understands that in 2 weeks from tonight then, on the 17th, on the 17th of December, we will hear this petition for second reading, and at second reading, there will be an opportunity to have public comment again. And on then to our legislation for second readings and resolutions.
I move that Resolution 2025-19 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to introduce Resolution 2025-19. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Resolution 2025-19, adopting a fiscal plan for the annexation of property contiguous to the city of Bloomington, Indiana. Synopsis is as follows. This resolution approves a fiscal plan as required prior to a voluntary annexation into the city of Bloomington. This fiscal plan is for the property located at 2005 West Corey Street, Bloomington, Indiana.
Thank you.
I move that Resolution 2025-19 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you very much. Do we have somebody here to present this tonight? Do we literally have nobody here to present this tonight? Council attorneys, do you know anything about this?
I would think that there would be somebody here from the legal department.
I don't know if, okay, is he who should be doing the presenting? Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Wheeler, when you're unmuted, you can go ahead and introduce yourself for the record and go ahead.
Thank you. Do you want my video to be enabled as well?
That would be great, thank you.
Yeah, someone's going to have to allow that.
You should be able to turn your video on.
There we go.
There we are. It's challenging to tell you guys that I'm here when I'm muted and I can't unmute myself. So thank you for finding me. My name is Chris Wheeler. I am an assistant city attorney with the city of Bloomington. I'm here tonight to represent or sponsor, if you will, the resolution that's before the council. This is the fiscal plan that was put together by the legal department with the help of many departments throughout the city to try and identify the fiscal impact, if any, positive or negative, for this voluntary annexation. I feel that it's fairly self-explanatory. I'm certainly happy to answer questions, but as you go through the fiscal plan, you will find that predominantly, if not entirely, each department has considered the impact that it might feel having a single parcel annexed into the city. And in this case, a parcel where the owner intends to put a duplex on the property. The police department, the fire department, public works, planning and transportation, parks, even the utilities department, they don't believe that there's any fiscal impact. They already are servicing and providing services to the area immediately adjacent to this property. So picking up trash, policing, hand doing inspections of a rental property. None of the directors saw any fiscal impact that's of any real substance. And then if you scroll down and look at the taxation ramifications, the city would enjoy a slight uptick in its revenue simply by having an additional property come online. I'm happy to answer questions with regards to this fiscal policy. It is part of what's required by statute. We did try to put this together in keeping with what the statute requires. And so I'm here to try and answer any questions that council might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from council members about the fiscal plan? Councilmember Arallo?
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. The slight uptick in revenue experienced by the city for this voluntary annexation, this is related to the intensity of use, and the intensity of use is to be determined. And so I'm curious about whether this was considered in the estimation of effect on the city.
I'd like for you to help me understand what you mean by intensity of
Well,
use.
if the request to build something on the property is going to be decided to be a greater use than it would have been in the county, is that my understanding? That the request that we will be hearing in the future will be for a increase in use in intensity?
Sure, it's going to go from an
So-
undeveloped parcel to a parcel with as I've been explained, it's been explained to me by the owner, a duplex.
Yeah.
So the owner would like to build a duplex whether he's in the city or not. My understanding of the primary reason behind wanting to voluntarily annex is so that he would have the benefit of connecting to sewer and water. I don't think that he's having any success getting a septic system put in. The rest of this neighborhood did have the opportunity and did connect to sewer and water for the city and does receive those city services. Under the current rules and regulations for the utilities department, he's not eligible to connect unless he's part of the city. That was the impetus behind why he decided to try and get voluntarily annexed. If he could properly connect otherwise and stay in the county, he would build that duplex anyway.
Do you happen to know if the environmental considerations on the property will change?
I don't have any answer for that. I feel like that's more of a planning department concern. I can tell you that we didn't give any consideration to environmental impact in the fiscal policy.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Is there any cost to the city for having a building to be built on this property connect to water and sewer, or would those costs all be borne by the property owner?
The cost to connect will be borne by the property owner, just like any other property owner who connects to water and sewer. The utilities department requires the connection fees to be paid to the utilities department. And any installation of laterals into the ground is a cost that's borne by the developer or the property owner who's developing.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, so there's a main that runs along Corey Lane.
Correct.
And do we have any idea how many properties along Corey Lane and maybe on Anna Lee Lane are currently connected?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've looked at the GIS for this neighborhood. I don't remember how many parcels are developed in that neighborhood. Not all of them are. I think there are a couple extra properties down at the end of the street that are not developed, but the sewer line and water line run all the way down through that street. And it is my understanding that every property on the street that is developed is connected to sewer and water for the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there other questions, first round questions? Okay, I have a first round question. There was a comment during the public hearing. A commenter expressed concern about police and fire response, and in the fiscal plan, neither the police department nor the fire department expressed a fiscal cost, like a direct cost, but did any of them, when you were talking to them, express concern about response and logistics of response, given that it would be the only property on the city that they would have to respond to a complaint about?
No, nobody expressed a concern about that. I didn't ask about that, but nobody expressed a concern about that.
Okay, thank you.
When you look around the city, there are lots of little sawtooth areas that already exist. I call them sawtooth areas. Little areas that jut out and jut in where properties are or are not part of the city. And I don't know whether there's confusion or concern that exists as a result of that sort of jigsaw or sawtooth configuration. And I'm just kind of expounding here, but I don't have any information for you that would suggest that there is any confusion or concern or that there's a slower response time as a result.
Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and go, if there are no other first round questions. Oh, Councilmember, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Attorney Wheeler. The question that I have is that well, first off, for clarity, passing this fiscal plan does not mean that we are passing the approval to annex this place. We're just saying that the data that we have been given about the fiscal state of this is acceptable under Indiana code, right?
That's 100% right. This is merely a step in the process towards being able to have this body adopt the ordinance for voluntary annexation.
Excellent. And so within that, just my question about the document itself is that throughout we're told that there's no, I mean, it's fairly thin, right? It says there's no impact financially on the city, but I'm interested in your legal opinion. Have we provided enough evidence of that?
That there's, well, I mean, I think the language we're using in here is that there isn't any direct cost. There's nominal impact because you do have one extra tiny little territory here. It's a very small parcel, but so there's some kind of a nominal amount, but it's not enough to really cause the budget of any one of these departments to change.
And then you said earlier that the main impetus of doing this was sewage, but then that there's already sewage connected there and another time?
No, there's not already sewage connected there. It's an undeveloped property.
Huh.
There's already a sewer main and a water main that are in the street facing the property so that it can connect, but it's not allowed to connect because it's not in the city of Bloomington.
And those costs would be borne by the developer, not by the city?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other first round questions? Okay, let's go ahead and go to second round. Councilmember Ruff.
So the property owner has a right to develop in the county as it is right now, correct? At least a single family.
I don't know what the county's rules are, and I don't know what the county's position is at the moment with regards to a septic field that would have to be put in the ground there. Okay. Maybe with the karst features, it could be problematic. I don't know.
So okay.
I just know that the property owner sees an opportunity to actually get city-provided water and sewer by doing a voluntary annexation, which I think probably makes the property easier to develop. There's less ground that has to be devoted to the sewer and water, or the sewer service.
So that leads to my main question, which was, and maybe glad Mr. Hiddle is here because he might be able to answer this question actually. Isn't sort of the general state of assumption about development in a karst area that the general environmental cost, potential external cost of development is reduced in a karst area by being on sewer as opposed to having development in a karst area like this on septic? Is that a general assumption, valid assumption?
I certainly cannot answer that. I don't have any information.
Maybe Mr. Hiddle could sort of speak to that, whether, just generally speaking, it's better.
Thanks for being tagged in for that. If you could state your name for the record,
Sure.
that'd be
David
great.
Hiddle, Director of the Department of Planning and Transportation. I'm not really sure of the specific answer to that question. We are aware of there being a karst feature on it just by virtue of viewing the GIS and looking at the contours. It's unknown how exactly that karst feature would impact development. If a permit were ever applied for on this site, then we would undergo the full review and determine what can be done and can't be done. But I don't know the answer as to whether or not karst makes septic or standard sewer more usable or feasible.
Yeah, I wasn't really asking about usability. I was really getting at cost. I mean, we're talking about costs here, and we've been talking about direct costs so far, costs of treating it or accessing it for fire and police and services and utilities, right? And this was kind of a more, so I was trying to state a cost idea, and this is a more general cost, indirect cost. I was getting at a cost on the community, cost on the environment, to developing on karst versus developing on sewer. And that's why my first question was, can they develop this in some way under the current situation with the county? So I understand it's difficult to really answer, but
It would certainly impose a constraint. They'd have to mitigate to be able to develop with that feature there, and we don't know the extent of it because we've not done a thorough review. So I'm kind of speaking at a very high level here.
yeah. Hey, thanks very much for responding.
Thank you. Other second round questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I understand that that Core Drive is not in good shape currently, and I'm wondering about our Department of Public Works taking on responsibility for that road. Is that what would happen if this were annexed? Because I also have heard that the road is actually a private drive. Could you speak to that, Mr. Wheeler?
I don't know what would happen to the road as a whole. That aspect of, like I was talking about, there are little sawtooth areas all around the edges of the city, and I don't know how the county and the city determine what gets plowed and what does not get plowed, what gets paved and what does not get paved. How do we provide maintenance here and not there? I don't know the answer to that, and I'm sorry that I don't have a good answer for you at all.
Mr. Hiddle, do you happen to have information about Quarry Drive and whether it's a private road?
Whether it's private?
Yes, or who would take responsibility for it?
I understand that it is private.
Could you come to the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Apparently it is private, and presumably would remain so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other second round questions or first rounds for anybody who? All right, I have one. Mr. Wheeler, in terms of that, the chart of the anticipated property tax revenue, is that anticipated revenue based on it being a vacant property or based on it being built on?
So if you look at that graph initially, the 2025 and 2026 are zeros because the property is not part of the city, so there is no tax experience. But then when we get to 2027, we can start to look at revenue, and it's based solely upon the assessed value of the ground, because there wouldn't have been a completed improvement on the property in 2026. So in 2027, we're just looking at the assessed value of the ground itself. Then when we get to 2028, that calculation is derived from a calculation that uses both the assessed value of the ground and the assessed value or the anticipated assessed value of the improvement on the property. And then it's the same going forward, 28 and 29, and then on into the future.
So, and the anticipated improvement, what kind of values did you put in about assumptions about how it would be improved? Like, did you put a duplex in? Did you put a single family in? Like, does that make that much of a difference?
That's based upon the property owner's understanding of what the property owner is going to do. In the questionnaire that he filled out, he anticipates the assessed value of the duplex, the improvements that are put on the property, to be $400,000.
Okay, great, thank you. So if, kind of as a follow-up to that, if the property owner was unable to develop that duplex because of the potential karst issues and all of those sorts of things. In terms of the city's fiscal kind of outlook, kind of the worst case scenario or lowest anticipated property tax revenue we'd still just get like that, like about $100 or a little bit more at the very least, even if the property
wouldn't be
remains
very
totally
much, yeah.
vacant. What was
So I
that?
don't know if pivoting from a duplex to a single family allows him to develop. I don't know what this, so there is some question about whether there actually is a karst feature on the property. I'll just say that. I know that the county had done a karst study many years ago, and in conducting that karst study did not show an actual karst feature on this property. But based upon some of the pooling that occurs, or I'm not exactly sure about all of the things that you look at, our planning department is concerned that there might be a karst feature on the property. And so there is going to be, there's some question about that. That being said, I don't know the limitations based upon whatever they determine, whether they find a karst feature or not, could cause some limitation. And then, so I'm thinking out loud here, if you go just to a single family residential, maybe it's got a smaller footprint, I don't know. And so maybe you could still develop in that regard. So you maybe don't get to put the duplex on, but you still get to put something on there.
Okay, but kind of in terms of looking at it from a fiscal standpoint, in terms of revenues and expenditures, in that kind of lowest revenue concept, there would be no development on it. And the city would still,
Correct.
have about
That would be-
$100. And so with no development, like there's also really no expense by the city for anything. Like
That's
there's
right.
much less likely to be any kind of
we're
police or
not-
fire
we're not
response
providing any-
needed. There wouldn't be
Right,
trash
exactly.
pickup needed, like none of those things. And
That's
then, of
correct.
course, like any kind of development would necessitate some response, and the duplex then would probably necessitate the highest potential level of response because there would be two families living there versus
That's right.
a single-family home would be, of course, greater than a vacant lot, but not as much potential for emergency response because there would only be one family.
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other second round questions? All right, let's go on to public comment then. So if you're a member of the public wishing to comment just on the fiscal plan with regard to this annexation, so not the annexation itself, just the fiscal part of it, you can make your way to the podium. Please make sure to sign in and introduce yourself for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes. If you're online, you can go ahead and raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. Is the timer ready? Wonderful. Whenever you're set, go ahead and state your name again for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, once again, Jay Nelson. Talking about these costs, I'm a home builder and been in construction for a long time here in town. But when we're talking about annexing and the costs beyond this, you've made some valid points in bringing this up on these costs. But I really feel that we're going about this the wrong way. I really feel that it needs to be addressed and assessed if this can even be built on first, or if the city wants to take this on as part of that annexation first. Because I urge you to drive by this property and you'll get a good look. And I would love to see your opinion how you could build a duplex on this property and what type of land that is needed, right? It's pretty much a sinkhole. And it's really bad, it's loaded with trees, and it's a big divot. I just don't see how that's possible as a builder. So I'd like to see it go that way first, if that can be done, if it's a duplex or if it's a single-family home, and then you can start talking about annexation. I would say would be the proper way to do things. And then, as Corey Lane is a dead-end road, it's literally a dead-end road with a cul-de-sac at the end. There's a home on the corner at the front of the road. There's this lot, and then there's where my grandmother lives. And this lot, we're talking about annexing this in the middle of the street. Just really doesn't make sense to just chew off and like he mentioned about, a sawtooth, if you will. It just doesn't make any sense to do that. If it's gonna be done, it should be the whole street, which we don't want, but that would be the proper way to do it. I understand, you eat an elephant, bite by bite, but that's not the proper way to do annexation, in my opinion. But then, as far as that roadway, there is, who plows that right now. So are we going to skip over that area if it was to be annexed? There will be costs associated with it, even if it's just land and it sits there at just land making $100, because there can still be an accident on there, some kid falling off a bike and needing emergency services. There's still your time and any other fees that might be associated with it. So for a revenue of just the land is not worth it, in my opinion, for a city to annex that. So it really goes back to the point, can you build? And then you have that discussion. And a duplex would require much more services because you also don't know the people that might move into that duplex or single-family home where they might need more emergency services than most. We don't know that yet. And then just my last thing is, once again, I really, really urge you to drive by and look at this. I do, before you even consider going any further with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other, looks like there's somebody else in chambers. Please make sure to sign in and state your name for the record. Are there any hands raised on Zoom? Okay, we'll go to Zoom next. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Good evening, council members. Paul Post here with a little bit different hat than I usually come to you with. I'm here as a resident of the street in question, so I'm going to talk with both hats for a moment. In looking at the fiscal plan specifically, the language that I saw said, the cost estimates of planned services to be furnished to the territory to be annexed, the plan must present itemized estimated costs for each municipal department or agency. So then I kept reading through that. I kept looking for numbers for each of the departments that this talked about. And there's not numbers there. It just says we have a department that exists and they'll take care of it. So then I'm going to solidly put my FOP hat back on and talk about the police department. The police department, the FOP's concern with annexation has been, we're understaffed as it is. Taking on even just one more property is, one more property. It's fine, it's one property, but right now, our concern is annexation going through or not? It's an ongoing litigation that we're watching very closely. Our staffing level remains today, we're 12 short of the budgeted 105 officers. There's only 76 available officers to work the entire city, regardless of if it's one property or the whole city. We know there's another 2 officers scheduled to leave, one in January, one looking at February. Okay? So can we hire our way, fast enough to keep up with that? That's my concern. I'm going to talk specifically to that department, and my concern there is staffing that one. The fire department, the planning, or the Parks and Rec, the other ones listed there, I don't know. There's no number listed, right? That's what I would like to see in a fiscal plan, is an exact number that someone boiled down and said, this is what we think it would actually cost for this one property for each, year or each department, something like that. So that's what I wanted to express in terms of the fiscal plan. Again, I agree with what my neighbors have said tonight. We're firmly opposed to annexation in that area. This seems like an end run around things. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the person on Zoom next, and then we'll come back to chambers, okay? So Deputy Attorney Bennett, if you want to go ahead and unmute them. When you're unmuted, go ahead and state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Paul Rousseau. I understand that, I think it was Councilmember Ruff asked about the karst geology. So I turned to our friendly Google Gemini, and I asked Google Gemini about septic systems in karst areas. Gemini says, septic systems are risky in karst areas because the fractured limestone bedrock and thin soils provide minimal natural filtration, allowing untreated wastewater from septic systems to quickly contaminate groundwater and surface water. This can lead to serious public health issues and requires the use of alternative advanced septic systems and careful siting to protect vulnerable water sources. My second comment would be that, financially speaking, almost every complexity in this situation could be mitigated or eliminated if the neighbors on Corey Drive would just agree to be annexed, as they benefit from city services while being surrounded by the city, instead of fighting it tooth and nail on the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go back here in chambers. Do we have any other hands raised on Zoom? Okay. go ahead and sign in again, state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Leslie Ruiz again. I just wanted to make 2 responses to things that you guys had brought up. As it comes to like that sawtooth idea, there is a chain link fence all the way along the boundary between this property and city property. So you would have to access it through Quarry Drive, which means you would be using that roadway, whether it's private or not. I don't really know what the legality is, but it is not a good road, particularly in that area. There's erosion, things like that. Also, there is, regardless of whether there is an actual karst feature, which we all believe that there still is a drainage field that they cannot build on that is 40 feet wide, which takes up a significant part of that property, leaving a very, very small area for them to be able to build on with all of the restrictions from how far they can build back from the road, from the back of the property, things like that. It is very, very small. So we're talking really small driveway, probably on-street parking again, which wouldn't be city, it would be ours, it would be county, I don't know. But there's just a lot of concerns there. They can't build that big of a space on that property. It's very, very small. So that's all I really had to say.
Thank you. Excuse me, thank you. Are there any other commenters on, I've forgotten my name, Resolution 2025-19 in chambers? Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Okay, let's revert back to council then. Are there any council member questions that have been come up? Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes, thank you. A couple. One, it's like a two-parter related to sewer system. One is that my understanding is that you can't add a septic system in a lot like this anymore, that there are Indiana regulations that would prevent that. And I believe Mr. Wheeler kind of tangentially referenced that the owner was not having success getting a septic system. Could someone, maybe either from CBU or Mr. Wheeler, confirm that assumption?
Is Mr. Wheeler still on Zoom?
Yeah, I'm still
Great,
here.
thank you.
I was contemplating what you're saying. I don't have a knowledge as to the success or the legal availability of folks in the county based upon any laws that the county might be trying to regulate and enforce. I don't have any information on how that works. So I don't feel comfortable just sort of winging it. I regret that I don't have any information for you. I'd be happy to try and dig some up and talk to you about it later. That's going to probably have a lot more to do with the annexation itself versus whether the fiscal plan gets adopted.
This is true. Thank you. Maybe a question I would like, possibly you or someone at the city utilities to be prepared to answer when we hear the other parts of the legislation related to this. But then second, just to confirm, you mentioned that in order to, well, actually, I think it's a follow-up in the same vein, and so I'll save that for another time. I did have a second question, though, which I could ask now or hold.
Why don't you go ahead?
This is just following up on Mr. Post's comments about quoting some language about itemized, by budget or by department, like budget impacts. And I agree with you that the impacts will be nominal and quite minimal. But still, one could estimate, okay, let's assume there's going to be a rental hand inspection, like how many staff do we have, how many inspections do they do a year, like divide and like actually get that marginal cost and like understand like what that is, even if it is nominal. Is it your legal opinion that it's not necessary to do that based on state law? And is that rooted in precedent or other cases where we've seen municipalities use this approach of saying that there are no substantial costs and that's kind of good enough for a fiscal plan for a very small property addition like this?
Well, my opinion is that when you have such an inconsequential amount, I think it's okay to say that rather than trying to crunch the numbers and figure out what those dollars or hundreds of dollars might be. I can also tell you that this fiscal plan is a direct borrowing, if you will, of the fiscal plans that the Fishers City Council uses. And when they are doing a single parcel like this, their language is the same. They're looking at it as, these are nominal. There aren't any like direct costs, so they don't show actual dollars. Now, when you get into a much bigger chunk of land that would get annexed, now you have to start looking at showing the actual impact versus something like this, which is just nominal.
But we don't have like specific court guidance, say, or case law that like confirms that saying a nominal
No.
fee is, okay, thank you.
Are there any other lingering questions before we do councilmember comment? Councilmember Rallo.
Mr. Wheeler, I'm just curious about the context. Other nearby properties are on sanitary sewer, correct?
That's correct.
And this one was denied, is that correct?
Well, I'm trying to think if he did ask. I don't recall if he specifically asked that. I think what he did is he came to the utilities department wanting to know whether he would be eligible, and that is when we recommended to him that no, you won't be eligible unless you can get annexed into the city, and he actually happens to be contiguous, so he can voluntarily annex.
Okay. Well, that gets to my question, is that the administration or the city's policy right now is to deny any sewer connection unless you are annexed.
Well, yeah, unless you're part of the city, you don't get to connect anymore, and that, to my knowledge, is going to be the policy for the city for the foreseeable future. When you look around the state of Indiana, I was surprised to find that a great many municipalities have that policy. They simply don't extend outside city limits.
Yeah.
The city of Bloomington was doing that, but it was under understandings and agreements that are now being violated.
Yeah, it's not a judgment, it's just clarification to
Sure.
to understand it. Thank you.
Are there any other councilmember questions before we move to comments? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move to comments. Are there council members who would like to comment on this resolution before a vote? No comments before the vote? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Well, I'll just say that I think the fiscal plan is sufficient the way it's presented, and I think the impacts will be nominal, and so I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Any other councilmember comment? I will go ahead and say that I agree with Councilmember Piedmont Smith. I will also be voting yes. I do think that it's sufficient and that there are nominal impacts, and that kind of that worst case scenario is it's going to stay a vacant lot if it can't be developed on because of environmental features, and that I don't think that that would be I think the fiscal plan is okay for that possibility as well. So if there are, Councilmember Rallo for a comment.
Yeah, just to add that for clarification that I find this sufficient to annex, but this is not it's not an indication of a decision on future rezoning.
Any other councilmember comments before a vote? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I mostly agree with the comments that have been made so far by my council colleagues, that though I do certainly respect the public comment by Mr. Post, that, of course, any individual given additional parcel might have a very small marginal impact on the ability, for example, for an understaffed police force to serve it, but that's how cities grow, right? One piece at a time, or an annexing of an area, several parcels at a time. It's like the whole idea of wetlands. Well, you pay over one small wetland area, and it doesn't really change the total amount in the state, but it's all about incremental additions and expansion a bit at a time. So I'm very sensitive to that. And I also just want to emphasize, like Councilmember Raleigh did, this doesn't indicate saying that, yeah, okay, this fiscal plan impact statement looks good enough for me to vote yes. Doesn't mean I'm not going to Doesn't mean I'm going to support the subsequent legislation that's going to come related to this parcel.
Any other council member comment before we vote? Okay, seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on Resolution 2025-19?
Councilman Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Stausberg?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, and that passes with a vote 7-0. On to the next.
I move that appropriation ordinance 2025-14 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to introduce appropriation ordinance 2025-14. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Appropriation Ordinance 2025-14, to specially appropriate from the General Fund, Parks and Recreation General Fund, Motor Vehicle Highway Fund, CC Jack Hopkins Fund expenditures not otherwise appropriated, appropriating various transfers of funds within the General Fund, Parks and Recreation General Fund, Motor Vehicle Highway Fund, Local Road and Street Fund, Public Safety Lit Fund, Solid Waste Fund, and Fleet Maintenance Fund. Synopsis is as follows. This ordinance appropriates various transfers of funds within the General Fund, Motor Vehicle Highway Fund, Local Road and Street Fund, Parks and Recreation General Fund, Public Safety Lit Fund, CC, Jack Hopkins Fund, Solid Waste Fund, and Fleet Maintenance Fund.
Thank you.
I move that appropriation ordinance 2025-14 be adopted.
Thank you for stepping up. Who is here to present appropriation ordinance 2025-14? If you could state your name for the record, and then the floor is yours. Thank you.
Cheryl Gilliland, Deputy Controller, City of Bloomington Controller's Office. Good evening. I am going to present a shortened version of the memo dated November 12th and November 18th to Council. Appropriation Ordinance 2025-14 is our comprehensive 2025 year-end appropriation request. The overall 2025 additional appropriation request is $391,484, which covers 8 different funds. 3 of the funds are requesting additional appropriations, while the remaining 5 funds are requesting transfers within the fund. For the general fund, all departmental funding requests will be addressed through transfers between and within departments and expenditure accounts. This approach provides the flexibility needed to close gaps and balance the general fund budget. For 2025, the net impact on the total general fund appropriation is 0. Now for each individual department within the general fund. Animal Care and Control is requesting a transfer of $40,000 from Classification 4, Capital, and $20,000 from Classification 1, Personnel, to Classification 3, Services. This $60,000 transfer will cover an increased cost anticipated with outside vendor spay-neuter surgeries. Public Works Administration Department is requesting a $85,000 transfer from Classification 4, Capital, to Classification 3, Services. In addition to this transfer, the department is requesting an additional appropriation of $215,000 in Classification 3. Each year, we budget liability and casualty insurance premiums with our best guess estimate, as the actual cost is not known until after the budget is adopted. The premium rate for 2025 resulted in a drastic increase, which is the premise behind the additional appropriation request for this department. Common Council is requesting a simple transfer of $2,500 from Category 3 Services to Category 2 Supplies to cover higher than anticipated supply costs. Engineering Department is requesting the release of $192,800 from Classification 1 Personnel Services due to staff turnover and vacancies. The savings will fund other general fund departmental requests in the amount of $150,000. The remaining $42,800 will be departmental transfers spread between the remaining classifications 2, 3, and 4. The Fire Department is requesting a transfer of $195,550 from Classification 3 Services to Classification 1 Personnel Services in the amount of $95,550, with the remaining $100,000 going to Classification 2 Supplies. The transfers will cover underestimated staffing costs and rescue equipment. CFRD has a simple transfer request to move $1,500 from Classification 3 Services to Classification 2 Supplies. The Mayor's Office requests the release of $59,000 from Classification 1 Personnel Services and $20,000 from Classification 3 Services. The savings will fund other general fund departments, including Parks and Recreation General Fund. Public Works Facilities Maintenance Division is requesting a simple transfer of $8,500 from Classification 2 Supplies to Classification 3 Services to cover building repair and maintenance services. Again, the general fund has an adequate overall fund balance within various departments to cover the mentioned additional appropriation requests. There's no fiscal impact on these requests. Now I will cover the other funds with, again, with only 3 funds requesting additional appropriation, and the rest will be transfers. For the Motor Vehicle Fund, Public Works Street Division is requesting to transfer $190,000 from Classification 1 Personnel Services to Classification 3 Services to cover much higher than budgeted, again, liability, casualty, insurance premiums. Also, the department is requesting an additional appropriation of $352,484 in Classification 4 Capital to cover the purchase of a grapple machine truck to provide Public Works with the ability to pick up, load, and unload heavy materials. The street department believes this purchase would be extremely valuable for the future City of Bloomington storm or disaster response efforts. The additional funds for this request will come from the disaster reimbursement issued by the State Department of Homeland Security for the May tornado cleanup event that happened this year. For the Local Road and Street Fund, Public Works Street Division is requesting a $345,000 transfer from Classification 3 Services to Classification 4 Capital. The department realized substantial savings following Duke Energy's new lighting rate structure, which eliminated upfront equipment charges for outdoor lighting and instead spreads the cost over the life of the system. The department proposes to reinvest these savings in 2 major purchases, one being a new dump truck costing $280,000 to replace a 15-year-old vehicle, and a replacement pickup truck costing $65,000. Parks and Recreation General Fund is requesting a transfer of $135,000 from Classification 1 Personnel Services to Classification 2 Services in the amount of $110,000. These transfers will cover supply needs for the new Hopewell Commons Park, liability and casualty insurance premiums, and costs related to an irrigation water leak. The department also requests an additional appropriation of $14,000 in classification 3 services to support the Seminary Park portalet. Funding for this appropriation will come from the earmarked general fund coverage through an interfund transfer. Public Safety Lit Fund, Police Department for dispatch, is requesting a transfer of $21,000 from Classification 1 Personnel Services to Classification 3 Services to cover potential dispatch, HVAC, and generator repairs. The Jack Hopkins Fund, Common Council is requesting an additional appropriation of $25,000 to fund an additional food grant. This additional appropriation will leave an estimated cash fund balance of $27,600. Solid Waste Fund, Public Works Sanitation Division is requesting a transfer of $10,920 from Classification 4 Capital and $11,000 from Classification 3 Services to Classification 1 Personnel Services to cover the need of additional seasonal temporary employees. And lastly, the Fleet Maintenance Fund, Public Works Fleet Division is requesting a transfer of $100,000 from Classification 4 Capital to Classification 3 Services to cover necessary upgrades to cloud versions of 2 main fleet software systems. Yes. Thank you for your consideration of the 2025 year-end additional appropriation request, which was quite small in comparison to previous years.
Thank you so much. Are there any councilmember questions about this appropriation ordinance? Councilmember Rallo.
I have a question about the portalet. Seminary Park, did you say $14,000?
Yes, I did.
And what's the duration of that? How long is it going to be there? It seems like a significant amount of money. Is it?
I'm not sure. Do we have anyone from Parks? Do you have? I really do not know the answer to that. That wasn't provided when they made the request. I assume that it's been part of the expense for this year, and the mayor's office requested to use some of their surplus funds to help support it.
I support it. I'm just curious.
That I just don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's been there all year. Is that, I remember having a conversation about it really early in the year, maybe even last year. Does anybody else remember that?
All right.
Yeah,
No worries.
sorry about that.
Maybe I can follow up just to find out,
Sure,
what this
yeah.
covers, the longevity of it.
Okay.
It's a good thing, so I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Councilmember, sorry.
Thank you. 2 questions, and I guess I'll probably ask one and then come back for the second round. But I'm particularly interested in the higher than expected cost for liability insurance, other such things. How do we come about higher than expected costs at the end of the year? I mean, were those things that sort of surfaced quite early in the budget season, and then we're just rectifying it now, or have these been shifting during the year?
So when we prepare the budget, we have no idea what the rates are going to be for the following year. So we give our best guess estimate, and we actually did a fairly significant increase for 2025. But after the budget was adopted, so we received word from the insurance of our rate increase, and it was significant.
When does that rate increase happen?
Legal, do you guys know, or risk? Yeah, actually, I want to say it's in January. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. So right in the new year, they set some type of new rate.
And we're already finished with
of course, we've already done. Okay, but then the question, I guess, is what are the what's the algorithm that leads to a rise or fall in insurance rates for the city, particularly?
Risk would need to answer that, but I do know that a lot of the rates that get calculated do with payouts in the previous years and so forth. And I think this year, for 2025, I think we were actually dropped and had a new insurance company, so we had completely new rates.
Okay, and then the final question, which is just one big question, just broken down into three small parts, but is that are we what investments are we making to de-risk the sort of instability of liability insurance and the like?
Yeah, so I know after this big increase, Risk worked with the insurance company and offered a mandatory training session, or not really training, but a session with our insurance provider to talk about, so anyone driving a city vehicle or potentially driving one of our fleet vehicles for city business had to attend. And they talked about things that we can do to help prevent wrecks and to help us in lowering the number of accidents that we have
And
overall.
does that lower our rate doing those type of discussions?
I believe so.
Okay.
That was my assumption, is by offering that, and it was showing the insurance that we're taking initiative to.
And we've done everything
really,
that we can do to lower our, because I just feel, and I'll just round up, I will stop talking after this, but it's my concern with this is that if we're constantly reactive, and we say, okay, well, it's out of our hands, here we went, they raised the rates again, and it's just this constant,
I don't
sort
think
of
that's
hole
the
in our,
case.
right, so.
I think risk management is, they really investigate and work with our insurance, and they're talking about ways of how we can save money and what that means. And so I'm sure they'll probably do another session with us next year.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have another question.
Thank you. I'm actually gonna jump in and ask my first round one there, because it's kind of a follow-up to what Councilmember Asari was just talking about. I'm just wondering if for fiscal year 2026, in terms of the budget for that expense of the insurance, do you expect that you have made a better estimate for next year?
So risk is the one that the risk management department actually does our estimate for the coming year. So my understanding is that we are taking the current rate, and then we did an increase based on his discussions with the current provider.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Great.
That's,
Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I sure hope so. So it was a shocker this year.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Are there other first round questions? Go ahead, Councilmember. Sorry, with your second round.
Okay, so the second question is about, the real big purchase here is the vehicle. And I didn't quite understand the transfer, but then it's going to be funded by something else, this 353,000.
Yeah, so they had a request to transfer some money for one purpose, but then they want the additional appropriation to purchase the one large vehicle.
Yes.
And they want to use the money that we receive from the Homeland.
From that settlement,
Yes.
of course. But I guess my question is temporal here. Like, has that money because the way it was framed is that we're transferring this money and it's going in the future to be refunded by the FEMA transfer.
No,
we've already
we've
received that
the
fund.
money.
Exactly. Okay. So
They have,
this
yes.
is just a like for like. We already have the money
Yes.
for things, and we're investing that money to make ourselves more resilient in the case of future storms, rather than just dealing with the immediate costs that were associated, because we were able to cover that within our budget last year already.
Correct.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Great. Any other questions from council members? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and go to public comment on Appropriation Ordinance 2025-14. If you're a member of the public who would like to comment on this ordinance, if you're in chambers, you can go ahead and make your way to the podium. If you're online, you can go ahead and raise your hand using the Reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. I'm not seeing any movement in council chambers. Is there anybody with a hand raised on Zoom? Okay. Seeing no public comment, we'll go ahead and move on. We'll close the public comment period, move on to any last questions from council members. Seeing none, any council member comment on Appropriation Ordinance 2025-14? Seeing none, I think that we're ready for the clerk to go ahead and do a roll call vote on Appropriation Ordinance 2025-14.
Councilmember Ruff,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Sari,
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Great, thank you, and that passes with a vote of 7-0. And now we are on to the next.
I move that Ordinance 2025-44 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to introduce Ordinance 2025-44. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-44, to amend Title 10 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Wastewater, Septic Hauler Rate Adjustment. Synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends the rates and charges in Title 10 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Wastewater to reflect increased cost of treating hauled wastewater to the Dillman Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Thank you.
I move that Ordinance 2025-44 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. And it looks like we have somebody from CBU here to present this evening. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Yes, Catherine Zager, Utilities Director, and we are presenting Ordinance 2025-44 to amend Title 10 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Wastewater. I'd also like to say that I am joined today by Stephen Stanford and Kelsey Thetonia, who have put a lot of the legwork into developing this amendment. So I'm going to take some time to talk about their qualifications. So Stephen Stanford is our pretreatment coordinator. He joined CBU in July of 2024 and brings more than, do we not have the presentation? Is it not time for the presentation?
No, it's time for the
it's over there. I'm
presentation.
sorry. He brings more than 40 years of professional environmental experience, including 32 years in the private sector and 8 years in the municipal sector. He's a licensed professional geologist in Indiana and Illinois and holds the Indiana Class 4 Municipal and Class D Industrial Wastewater Operator certifications, an IWEA Certified Pretreatment Coordinator credential, and has managed municipal pretreatment programs for more than 10 years. His experience is concentrated in wastewater treatment for environmental compliance and includes conceptual design, RCRA permitting, NPDES permitting, cost estimating for asset management, and cost allocation for environmental projects up to and including Superfund site cleanups. Kelsey Thetonia is our Assistant Director of Environmental Programs. Kelsey has over 12 years of experience working in environmental management in state and local government. In her role at CBU, she oversees environmental compliance programs for the city's drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater utilities. Prior to her position in the city, she managed Monroe County Stormwater Utility and County Drainage Board. She's a certified professional in erosion and sediment control, a certified erosion, sediment, and stormwater inspector, and has a master's degree in environmental science and public affairs at Indiana University. Finally, I'm also joined by Jennifer Wilson, who is with Crow LLP, who helped do the design for this proposed rate. Jennifer Wilson is a director with Crow LLP, which is a certified public accounting and consulting firm. Crow's municipal advisory practice and its predecessor, Municipal Consultants, have been providing rate and financial consulting services to various types of utility companies for over 60 years. Jennifer is a certified public accountant licensed in the state of Indiana and is a member of the Indiana CPA Society and a member of the American Institute of CPAs. She's also a designated municipal advisor principal, having successfully passed the Series 50 exam and Series Qualified Municipal Advisor Principal. Jennifer has been employed with Crow since 1992, and Crow has been providing municipal advisory and rate consulting services to Bloomington for over 20 years. Jennifer has been the primary contact for all City of Bloomington utility-related engagements since 2017. I know all of these folks have come up before, but I thought it would be helpful to know the background and credentials that they bring to this, this amendment. So we're here today to talk specifically more about our waste hauler charges. We have identified the need to reevaluate our billing rates for hauled wastewater, which have not been updated since the year 2000. These rates were not included in our previous sewer rate adjustments, but this is something that we plan to include moving forward so that our rates are able to approach the cost of service for hauled wastewater. Since the year 2000, our direct sewer customers have undergone multiple rate increases, resulting in an overall increase of 168% since the year 2000. Additionally, since 2000, inflation has risen, and the construction cost index has increased over 200%. In 2024, CBU commissioned Crow LLP to study and analyze operating and financial reports and other data to calculate an appropriate rate to charge to domestic septage haulers who deposit waste at CBU's treatment facilities. And the results of the study confirmed our assumptions that the current charges are severely insufficient to cover the cost of treatment of this concentrated waste, which required more use of equipment and resources to process. Our goal with this proposal is to bring the hauled septage rates closer to meeting the costs associated with treating this wastewater. So, in addition to those reasons, CBU also has a legal requirement to set fees that aim to meet the cost of service. So Indiana Code Title 36, Article 9, Chapter 23, Section 25 provides that we are both required to set our fees to be sufficient to pay all expenses incidental to the operation of our sewage works, and that we have the ability to use strength or character of sewage discharged into the sewers as a factor in establishing that fee. So historically, CBU has accepted hauled wastewater at its Dillman Road wastewater treatment plant as a service to local residents and businesses located beyond the reach of its sewer system. The extent of our current distribution system, or our beating heart of public health, is shown here. Unlike many publicly owned treatment works, CBU provides service to both in and out of county customers. In a 2024 septic survey from IDEM, out of the 28 publicly owned treatment works that responded, only 19 accept hauled septage. Only 3 of those, including CBU, accept out-of-county septage. Of the 19 that accept septage, only 6 wastewater plants had rates that are lower than what we are proposing tonight. And with that, I'm going to hand it to Stephen Stanford, who's going to help explain some of the more technical aspects of this rate proposal.
Thank you very much, Kat. I'll try to be brief. I have 9 more slides with a lot of information I would like to get in. Little background information, we're on pace this year to receive 5 million gallons of hauled wastewater at our Dillman plant. 91% of that is domestic septage. The other 9% is grease waste from our more than 500 food service establishments in the city. Of the septage, 44% of it's from in-county, and the balance, 56% of it is from out of county. With our current rate structure, we're actually attracting hauled septage by haulers that are registered with us from as far away as Indianapolis, Evansville, and even a couple of different cities in Ohio. Septage versus domestic sewage, what's the difference? Domestic septage is a concentrated high-strength wastewater pumped from individual septic tanks. It has a pollutant concentration reported by EPA of 20,000 milligrams per liter. That's about 2% by volume. On the other hand, sewage that comes down the pipe to our Dillman Road plant from the homes, business, and industries comes in with a pollutant content of about 300 milligrams per liter. The difference is a factor of 67. When we divide 20,000 by 300, we see that the septage is 67 times more concentrated than the ordinary sewage. Uh-oh. Okay, cost of treatment. This is a part that Crow helped us a great deal with. In 2024, we've got whole year numbers. The Dillman Road plant received a total of 4 billion gallons of wastewater containing almost 10 million pounds of pollutants. In the Crow's study, they determined that the total cost to treat that water, which excludes the cost of collections, this doesn't include the sewer system. This is just owning and operating the Dillman plant the way it needs to be in accordance with its permit. The cost was $10.2 million. And so it's easy to determine the cost. The total cost, $10.2 million and divided by almost 10 million pounds of pollutants, it turned out at just about $1 a pound, $1.04 in this case. So we know how much per pound it costs us to handle the pollutants that come either on a truck or down the pipeline. Our current billing rates were set for the domestic sewage in our most recent 2022 rate case. You know, on the other hand, as Director Zager said, we haven't reevaluated our hauler rates in more than 25 years. What the rates look like today, a customer in the city connected to our sewer is paying about a penny per gallon. For the hauled septage from in-county, we're charging about 2 pennies per gallon. And for the grease waste, we're charging almost 6 cents per gallon. Today's hauler rate proposal here is based on the cost of service, the cost of treatment that was determined with Crow's help. They determined that it costs us 17 cents a gallon to treat domestic septage. The reason for that cost is that 1,000 gallons of domestic septage contains 167 pounds of pollutants. And at $1 a pound, that's $167 for 1,000 gallons. That works out to almost 17 cents. The little difference comes from the administrative charges, the labor charges, and so forth, just to administer the hauled waste program. Rather than trying to recover it all at once, we're recommending and would like approval to increase the hauled wastewater rate to a uniform stepped increase rate of 8 cents per gallon. That would be for the septage, and that would also be for the grease waste. And we're also proposing to eliminate the 50% surcharge for out-of-county septage. As a matter of policy, we have not accepted out-of-county grease waste at any time, to my knowledge. Fiscal impact to our customers. CBU, we have 26,388 ratepayers, either sewer and water or sewer or water. Of our total customers, almost 2,500 are water only. And so I expect that they might be using septic systems, and so this rate increase could directly affect them. in addition to our ratepayers, we're receiving septage from Inda County and all the surrounding counties. In fact, a large swath of southern Indiana. There's tens of thousands of households that are, the majority of which likely depend on septic systems, so they'd be indirectly affected by the proposal today. Now, what does the effect look like for a typical customer who has a septic system? The EPA tells us that a system like that should be inspected every 3 years and that the tank should be pumped every 3 to 5 years. If I own a 1,000-gallon tank and I pump it every 3 years because I want to keep it working well, CBU's charge to the waste hauler is going to increase from $20.60 all the way up to $80. That's the large percent increase that I've seen in print. On an annual basis, however, as the septic system owner, I'm only paying $19.80 more a year. So it's a large percentage increase for CBU that really, in the end, doesn't add up to much for a typical septic customer. Now, for a grease waste customer, our ordinance requires that grease interceptors be pumped every 90 days. A typical grease interceptor is 1,000 gallons, and so that's 4,000 gallons of waste per year. With our proposed adjustment from 6 cents a gallon to 8 cents a gallon, the cost for such a customer are estimated to increase by about $84.40 per year. In closing, I'd like to just emphasize that our current rates are not meeting the cost of treatment for any of the hauled wastewater, and we need a rate increase. And with that, I'll be delighted to take any questions.
Thank you. I also want to note that there is an amendment to this. So do we want to maybe ask a couple of questions about what's presented first and then do the amendment, or what do you want to do with your
We
amendment?
may want to do the amendment early because it's fairly straightforward.
Okay, go for it.
So motion to introduce Amendment 1?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to introduce Amendment 1. For those of you who aren't aware, there was a packet addendum sent out today with actually several amendments in it, one for this ordinance and several for the next two. Councilmember Asari, would you like to present your amendment?
Sure. Okay, so this amendment makes three, well, really two straightforward, I think, but maybe important corrections to ensure that wastewater hauling section of our code is clear. The first thing that it does is that it removes the out-of-county waste surcharge. This 50% penalty was created decades ago and is no longer consistent with the updated rate structure. Should we adopt what we're about to do? All of these things were explicitly recommended by utilities and by Mr. Wheeler. The second thing that it does is that it corrects a numbering error in the ordinance, so just cleaning it up. The original draft mislabeled the final section of the ordinance, so fixing it now just avoids confusion when it's codified. So in short, this doesn't change the substance of the rate adjustment, simply removes an outdated surcharge, corrects a drafting error, and provides complete updated code language in a clear and usable format. Boom.
Thank you. So at this point, we're just discussing the amendment as opposed to general questions about the ordinance. Councilmember Rowley, you have a question about the amendment?
Yeah, I do. It's about the ordinance as a whole, but this is appropriate for the amendment. Is there any reason that we should accept sewage from outside the community at the cost to residents? Because if the cost is 17 cents to treat and our rate is going to be 8, we're essentially subsidizing haulers from outside to come and dispose of their waste at the expense of current residents.
Well, Councilman, I would consider that a significant policy question.
Why are residents subsidizing haulers from outside our community at a discount?
Yeah, Catherine Zager, Utilities Director. Happy to answer that question. The first thing that comes to mind is that our water source, the watershed for Lake Monroe, is outside of our county. By ensuring that we are able to accept septic waste, we are promoting people pumping out their septic tanks that are in our watershed. So that would be a direct benefit to the utility.
But what about just limiting it to the watershed? I mean, why? I mean, it seems to me if people are coming from Louisville or Indianapolis, that's not within the watershed. So does that logic apply? Why don't we limit it to the watershed?
So I think it would be very difficult to limit it to the watershed. But one of the things that our proposed rate change would do would discourage haulers from coming so far away. So 8 cents a gallon would be relatively competitive in the region, and so may discourage folks from taking a very long drive to come dump their septic waste at Dillman.
Well, it's less than half the cost of the state average, is my understanding. Is that correct? 8 cents relative to 17.9, I think, was Crow estimated the state average. Is that correct?
The state average from the state's 2024 survey, there were 82 respondents to the survey. 17 of them reported that they accept hauled wastewater. Two of the systems that reported in came in with a very high number, and that sort of skewed the arithmetic mean up to 17 cents. If you sort of dropped Carmel sites 1 and 2 out of the average, it would be right at 8 cents.
Okay, so there were 2 outliers that must have been hugely expensive, and then the rest were within our neighborhood or lower.
Yes, between typically 4 cents and 20 cents.
So so now we're proposing removing a surcharge. So now it's going to be even cheaper for outside haulers to come. Is that correct?
Well, the rate would be very competitive with the state average, excluding Carmel sites 1 and 2.
Yeah. I understand that, that the lake watershed, Lake Monroe watershed is certainly it's a public good, and we need to protect it, and so there should be incentives involved there, but there is no way to limit the haulers to, say, a radius that wouldn't involve Louisville. I mean, clearly that's a long way.
I would just reiterate Director Zager's response that the competitive rate should tend to eliminate long-distance hauls.
Okay. Does my council colleague who sponsored the amendment, do you have a response to, my concern about residents subsidizing long haulers to come and dispose of their waste?
I think it's the right question. I think it's a well-posed question. I think the view, and correct me if I'm wrong, from the utilities, and I think Mr. Wheeler may still be on, but when I was discussing with Mr. Wheeler, the view was that the change in rates does enough to cause that policy that policy to be irrelevant. So that's sort of the thing. It's like you can't distinguish from the folks that are in the watershed and out. So if we keep a surcharge and we raise the rates, then that might create some issues that we don't want to see, like people stop pumping that are in our watershed, right? So it's just a question about tools and mechanisms here. But I agree with the broader question about whether or not we should be subsidizing, folks outside of that watershed, in essence. But, there are other costs as well associated with them driving here and the time and other things like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Other questions about Amendment 1? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I apologize for not having read this, but having received it just an hour before the meeting, I did not have time. So, which is no fault of anybody's. I also have an amendment that just came up. So, But I'm just curious if you could explain why there's all this text in this amendment that seems to be added.
This is a question for council attorneys more so than me. I don't know if this was a choice. I think it was so that we had a clear attachment, right? That was the reasoning? Yes.
Are you referring to the text in red in the amendment
Yes.
itself? I believe that's simply because there wasn't a red-lined attachment to the original ordinance, and we use this amendment as an opportunity to prepare an attachment for that purpose.
Okay, but I'm just looking at the amendment form itself. And section 1, has all these subparts that are in bold and in red, so I assume they are added to the ordinance itself. And then I also see attachment A, which has, some changes in it.
My understanding is that this met the approval of the legal department with respect to the language included in it, and with Chris Wheeler.
I'm just going to jump in and say I had that question too, and I was able to look at it and compare it. And in the original ordinance, it only had the chart of rates and didn't have the rest of the information. Before this, I had gone back to the original code because there wasn't a red line included with the original packet, and I had actually gone back to our original code to figure out what the rates were previously. And so I think that it was partly for clarity so none of that red line text was actually changed from what's currently in code, except for that struck sentence for out-of-county waste.
Yes, I believe that's correct. It was for the purpose of clarity. Chris Wheeler also, Attorney Wheeler also has raised his hand as well online.
Okay, would Attorney Wheeler like to once again introduce himself for the record and address this?
Thank you. Yeah, hi, Chris Wheeler, Assistant City Attorney with the City of Bloomington. The amendment was drafted by your attorneys, and I reviewed and approved it. My understanding of all the red line language in that first section is simply showing that section has been changed. It's not adding any language. It's actually simply removing one of the paragraphs. I think it's 5. It just deletes the one section that references the surcharge. The rest of that red line language that's in there is simply redlined to show that particular section of Title 10 is being updated. There is no new language. There's only the deletion of the surcharge language. That's my understanding of how that was drafted. I don't know if that helps.
Does that help, Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
I mean, I'm sorry if I'm being dense here, but I'm looking at this amendment. I don't see any strike through. So what are we actually striking?
If you go down farther to where it actually keep going. So this is code as it's written, and then keep going, and then that's what we're striking right there in purple. That's
all right. Well, I find all this red text in the actual amendment to be very confusing because it implies that it's new. I'm sorry. Okay, so you're saying that the only thing we're changing is we're taking out number 5 under the following types of waste may be accepted for treatment by city utilities.
yeah.
No, Section 5 is just being renumbered because it was misnumbered.
No.
What are you talking about?
She's talking about the actual 1008-120 code itself, not in the ordinance, but in the actual code itself. Yes.
So the following types of waste may be accepted for treatment. Formerly, this list included out-of-county waste, and we're just removing that. Correct. So does that mean we're just not making a distinction between in-county and out-of-county waste?
Correct.
Okay, I see. And then the prices in that orange color in the table, that was the same as in the original ordinance?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, that's correct.
I understand now, thank you.
Yeah, I'll go on the record and say that that was also confusing to me. I think that it does make sense because in the original ordinance, none of the language had been changed from that section, only the table had been changed. So then none of the language was included in the original ordinance. So by striking something, we had to remove, the amendment removes the original language and replaces it with that language, which is all the same as the original, except it doesn't include a section. So it is super confusing. Are there other questions about the amendment? Other first rounds before we go to second round? Councilmember Rallo?
Just wondering about what this applies to. What percent comes from out of county relative to the total?
Of the septage for this year, it's on pace to be 56%, a little more than half.
Comes from outside the county?
Yes.
So a significant amount. Okay. Could we, just a naive question, could we limit, so the Lake Monroe watershed, if that's our concern, is 97% is in 3 counties, Jackson, Brown, and Monroe. Could we limit that fee to haulers from those counties?
Again, I would refer that would be a significant policy decision.
Catherine Sager, Utilities Director. I don't have to do it every time. Okay. So theoretically, we could have a policy to limit it to those counties. However, we have been reliably providing this service to surrounding counties. And we did not have the intent on stopping that service or changing that service. I did want to make sure it was clear that when we remove this 50% surcharge, the rates for out-of-county are still going up from what they used to be. So none of the rates are going, we're not incentivizing out-of-county now any more than it already was. In fact, it's still more expensive, which is why we were talking about if somebody traveled a long way to come dump at Dillman, they would be incurring a lot of cost with gas, wear and tear on their vehicle, lost time. So it would make less economic sense for folks to come further out because it's not as good of a deal anymore, even with our flat rate in and out of county. Does that make better sense?
I guess, the Lake Monroe watershed is east of here. So if you draw a circle radius of 24 miles, that would be, east of here would be Lake Monroe watershed. Going west, those people are not contributing to, that's not endangering the lake. I guess what I'm saying is that, 56% is a significant amount of waste that we are treating, we are subsidizing essentially, out of county haulers. We're subsidizing that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if the cost is 17 cents to treat, and we're charging 8 cents, right, per 1,000 gallons, then it seems to me we're subsidizing it. So since I represent people in Bloomington, I'm not interested in subsidizing people's costs in the neighboring county, in Owen County or whatever. I'm concerned about people here, especially when it's a rate change. And I'm also concerned about low-income people being affected. So there's that concern. There's a lot of moving parts here. So that's sort of my concern about this, is that maybe this requires revisiting at some point, but it seems to stand as we proceed here. Thanks. Yep, go ahead.
I would just say we might be over adjusting to the comment that was made about some folks coming from Indianapolis and Louisville. I mean, I think that, am I correct in saying that of the 56%, the vast majority of those are within the Lake Monroe watershed to begin with?
A large percentage are from the Lake Monroe watershed and surrounding counties.
But but I think to Councilmember Ruff's question, when we're talking about this 56% number, is it disproportionately people who are far? I mean, we've already talked about, and I said it in my initial response, like the reason why you take away this surcharge is just to make it a lot more simple. Where the tool that we're using, we think would stabilize the usage to begin with, right? And it's just bringing everything even, which will cut down on administrative costs and other things that you don't have to verify where people are coming from, all those type of things. But I think that you made a statement in passing that people are coming from Louisville, and then say 56% is coming from out of town, right? Which we could conflate to say everybody's coming from Louisville and dropping their waste here, and we're subsidizing Louisville's waste storage. So can you sort of quantify the amount of people who are coming from out of town?
Yeah, so it's a very small fraction of people who are coming from really far out of town. And yes, this comment was made to just kind of reiterate how low our current rates are, is that they are incentivizing people to come from so far away. And if we brought them to more comparable rates in the region, people would not be as incentivized to come that far.
Yeah, I get that much. So you got me about halfway. But my previous point still stands, so I'm going to let it go, because I beat that horse.
Are there other council member questions? We already went, did we already go to public comment on this?
No, we have not. We should.
Thank you. Yes, let's go ahead and go to public comment, specifically on the amendment, which corrects a typographical error and then eliminates this additional charge for out-of-county waste haulers. If you want to speak to the larger rate change, you'll have an opportunity to do that after we deal with the amendment. So this is just about the out-of-county charge for the most part. So if you're in chambers, you can go ahead and make your way to the podium and sign in, and then state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. If you're on Zoom, you can go ahead and raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. And let's go ahead and start here in chambers. And whenever you're ready, go ahead and start with your name. Thank you.
My name is Courtney Medley, and I'm with Medley Septic Service. I just kind of wanted to reiterate on the out-of-county, because I understand how that kind of came across with the out-of-county haulers coming in, and I just kind of wanted to explain a little bit more on that. Yes, we're concerned about the watershed and that being our, source of water. Out-of-county is essentially coming from in-county haulers. We are just hauling waste from Greene County, Owen County, and the surrounding counties because this is the localized dump site. Yes, there's Columbus and Indianapolis, but I think it kind of got made to be more of a haulers are coming from so far away to dump, more so as it is, yes, you are the city of Bloomington, but we are also Monroe County and servicing those surrounding counties. So I just kind of wanted to clarify that for you as far as the amendment goes, that it's not just haulers coming out. It is still your local haulers that are bringing in from the surrounding counties. And with that, I don't know that any of us have disputed the out-of-county surcharge so much, and I can go into more detail on this later, so much how we are currently charged for the out-of-county and mixed loads of, say, one out-of-county tank and one in-county tank, we are being charged as that load being essentially completely out of county. So your in-county resident isn't getting the benefit of a cheaper price because if we mix a load, it comes in at an out-of-county price. So I'm not necessarily disputing one way or another of taking that surcharge out or not. I just wanted to clarify how we are charged for the out-of-county, how we are charged for mixed loads, and essentially it is, you know, your surrounding community more that's bringing in some of that out-of-county revenue versus people making long hauls to come here. And it also boils down to a lot of those out-of-county companies have contracts for our restaurant grease traps. So some of those county or the companies that are coming from, you know, Indianapolis or the Evansville area strictly do, you know, restaurant grease removal, and they have contracts with some of your larger restaurant chains, and that, you know, allows them to dump here for that grease waste also. So that is, you know, some of your companies coming from out of county or, you know, even out of city is because they are servicing the Bloomington area restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like there's another comment in chambers. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Okay. After this comment in chambers, we'll go ahead to Zoom. Thank you for signing in, and then state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Todd, and I'm the owner of Todd Septic here in Bloomington. And I just wanted to kind of tag in on what Courtney said because she kind of ran out of time, but, and this does pertain to the out-of-county amendment. The way we're currently charged is by the size of our tank volume on our truck. So for instance, if we went across the Lawrence County line and pumped one tank and then got another tank in Monroe County and disposed of both of those at the same time at Dillman, we would be charged an out-of-county price for both of those tanks on that truckload. So I think that was part of the what the amendment was trying to accomplish is rectifying that situation so that we're not getting overcharged or undercharged and things like that. So that was all I wanted to say about that part for now. I'll be back later.
Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and go to the Zoom commenter. When you are unmuted, you can go ahead and state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Paul Rousseau again. I strongly support the concerns expressed by Councilmember Rollo. My understanding is that utility charges are an intrinsically regressive form of taxation. Regardless of whether a person is rich or poor, we all pay roughly the same for sewer and water service. I see thousands of people in Bloomington who are barely able to keep a roof over their heads. So I oppose governmental policy that would have poor people in Bloomington subsidizing those who live outside of our watershed. I would also add that it would be useful to eliminate motorboats from our water supply. But I guess that's for another day. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in chambers who would like to speak to Amendment 1 to Ordinance 2025-44? Does anybody else have a hand raised on Zoom? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and go back to council. First, are there any lingering questions about the amendment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and go to council comment. Is there any council member comment about the amendment? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I'm sorry, I actually have a question. It just took me a minute.
Okay.
So I guess this is a question for utilities. I don't know who from utilities, but regarding this question of having a haul of septage where part of it is from outside the county and part of it is inside the county, which I do think is problematic to then charge the surcharge. Is it, instead of an alternate solution to this amendment could be if any part of your haul is from inside the county, then you don't get charged that outside rate or that outside surcharge. Is that right? I mean, could that be feasible?
I would say just in general, it's difficult to make the separation on a mixed load like the haulers have described for us. And that, I'm thinking, is another one of the reasons we wanted to eliminate the difference altogether, to make it administratively more efficient for us.
So are you saying it's really hard to determine where it comes from anyway? I mean, other than what people tell you?
There's a lot of moving parts to when the hauler comes in, purchases a single load manifest for septage, and then he has to, the hauler has to record the source for each part of it. But when it's purchased, the hauler has to make a representation to our sales folks, is this going to be in county or out of county? And so it's a little difficult to subdivide it after the fact.
Director Zager, do you have any response to this?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate it would reduce administrative burden on our end to just not have to make that differentiation and charging for, partial loads either way. And then also I just want to say that like part of the reason we did this is because our current fee structure is overly complicated. And so this would help us on the administrative end to make it simple for you to just dump at the same rate and in county, out of county, grease. I forgot how many different classifications our septic fee, we had a table this big and there's all kinds of different fees. So part of the point of this is to decrease the administrative burden.
Thank you.
Any other last questions? Okay, let's go to councilmember comment then on Amendment 1. Is there councilmember comment? Councilmember Rallo?
Yeah, just briefly to say, I really appreciate the comments to clarify the surcharge, and I also appreciate the responses to my questions. I know that this is a difficult. It's difficult to work through the nuances of this, but I remain conflicted, and it's because of the hauling out from out of town, and so I don't think I'm going to support this amendment. It's not to say I won't support the ordinance, but in any case, that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. Other councilmember comment on the amendment? I'll go ahead and take a comment then. I had a lot of the same concerns that Councilmember Rallo brought up with this in terms of supplementing outside hauling and waste, and I really appreciate the discussion and the comments about that. I think that I've come around to supporting the amendment because I do think that it would really relieve some administrative burden, not just for CBU, but also for our local haulers. But I also am interested in kind of keeping an eye on this over the next year because, I mean, if part of the argument here is that the rate structure change overall is going to discourage the folks hauling from really far away, I want to know if it actually does. Because if it doesn't, then I think that we need to revisit figuring out some kind of way to charge more for those folks that are using our facility who are in no way connected to our community, either through their hauler or their location or it being in the watershed or anything like that. So I'll be kind of voting yes with a little bit of reservation on this amendment tonight. Any other council comments before we move to vote? All right, let's go ahead, if the clerk could call the roll on Amendment 1 to Ordinance 2025-44.
Councilmember Rallo?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
No.
Salzberg?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
And Ruff?
Yes.
Okay, that passes with a vote of 5-2. So now we are back to discussion about Ordinance 2025-44 as amended, which kind of brings us to the overall rate change. So are there questions about that? Councilmember, sorry.
Now, given that I did the amendment, my questions might surprise you, but they won't surprise you because you knew I was going to ask this question. Because I always ask this question when we do rate changes. Did CBU or Crow conduct any elasticity analysis, specifically any projection at all of how haulers or their customers might change their behavior in response to a rate increase? And if not, why not, given that more than half of our hauled waste comes from outside of Monroe County?
I did not look at elasticity, and I don't recall seeing anything about that in the Crow study. You know, I suppose what I would say about this is that elasticity is not a topic I've addressed very often. I'll confess.
Well, but it is it's a knowable thing that how will people's behavior change? And we can think about this whether we're thinking, that we're setting it at 0.8 or whether you say that you should do the whole amount that Crow recommended. I mean, the core argument is that we think that there will be or won't be changes in the ways that people are going to behave with what's being charged. And so either we're making the assumption that nothing is going to change, right? That it's just like people will take the fee and that'll just be it. They'll be happy to pay extra $19, or something will change. And so it seems strange that we don't even consider that at all. No,
I would anticipate, Councilman, that we're going to see a reduced total volume of hauled waste coming to our Dillman plant. And to that, I would just add that the operators, the Dillman plant, our superintendent in particular, has repeatedly made the point to me that the hauled wastewater does him no good. It's essentially dead solids that turns into sludge right off the bat.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have to pay to have that landfilled.
Right.
And so he doesn't need it and doesn't really want it to begin with. And so in my view, if the quantity we receive declines in response to the price increase, that's a win-win.
And is there some benefit, because like when you presented the cost, it was sort of, some of the analysis was the amount, the cost to us to deal with the pollutants, et cetera. Is there some benefit to the city in that coming down? And if so, why not raise it all the way to to the highest amount so it doesn't go down further?
Well, we've got perhaps 2,500 water ratepayers in the city that would impact directly. Rather than trying to take the whole amount all at once, we're wanting to kind of ease this in a stepwise fashion, recognizing that we don't want to allow the hauled waste rates to go unreviewed for 25 years again.
But okay, but then and then I'll stop after this. But why then set it to 8 cents a gallon instead of $7.50? Why do we arrive that the right step is the number that you've put out?
Well, the 8 cents, we determined that it was competitive with the local market and our peer utilities, and it was about half of the increase for the cost of treatment. And we were hoping that we would be able to move a little closer to the full cost of treatment in a couple of different steps. Another thing that we want to do is when we look at the next sort of rate case for utilities overall is to take another look at this. Maybe even do a city-specific sampling program. Our septic haulers have to drop a sample off every time they bring us a load now. That was a new requirement in our permit from last year. And that allows us the opportunity to evaluate what we're actually getting as compared to the EPA reference value of 20,000 milligrams per liter. And so this would give us some time to further develop this and refine where it is we really need to be to meet our cost of treatment for hauled wastewater and ordinary sewage as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll have other questions, but for now, thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. First one, is this just, I know Director Zeiger was not in charge over the past 25 years, but I am curious why, if we have any knowledge about why the septic hauler rates were not included in prior wastewater rate cases.
I found no evidence one way or the other. in historic files that I've looked at. Perhaps Attorney Wheeler would like to comment on that, or somebody who's been here longer than I have.
Attorney Wheeler, would you like to have a go first?
Well, I'm just going to say that I would like to echo what Stephen just said, is that we don't have any understanding from our perspective why that rate was not looked at as part of the regular rate case. It's something that we noticed and started paying attention to and decided we needed to correct. It's not the normal type of collection rate that we would include with the overall sewer rate case. So when we're looking at the collection system and the cost of correction or of eliminating the waste and turning it back into water that can come out into the streams behind our plants, going through that whole process, it just seems like something that got overlooked over time. And we're happy now to be able to actually correct it. So we're bringing it now and not sure why it wasn't brought in the past.
Director Zager, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay.
That is.
Okay.
Thank you. Could I follow up on some cost-related questions, or no?
Sure.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Someone else go.
Councilmember Rallo, I saw you with a hand up.
Yeah, clearly this is a big rate increase relative to what people are accustomed to, because it's been 25 years without experiencing it. So there's a sticker shock. Volume might be reduced, I suppose, of hauling. You end up with, the services impacted by the haulers. People of low income will probably see, if given a choice, paying your heating bill or letting your septic overflow, which is not good for the environment. So given this proposal, is there a way to address this likely problem of people, segment of the population, essentially neglecting their septic? And is there any, have you considered any direct help to those people in terms of assisting them?
So you're asking if we've considered direct assistance through CBU?
Relative to this rate, yeah. This proposal.
Certainly. So this rate increase, we have considered the fact that it may result in people putting off pumping out their septic tanks. And just a couple thoughts on that. One, that is, at least in Monroe County, the health department enforces and regulates septic tanks and their cleaning, removal, all of that. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up is that at least in, I believe in Lawrence and, in the Lake Monroe watershed, there is a voucher program through Friends of Lake Monroe and also through the Lake Monroe Water Fund, both of which we contribute to annually, and they help people cover the expenses of pumping out their septic tanks regularly to protect the watershed.
Will that be increased with this rate increase? Because that's an existing program. So I'm talking about this legislation we're going to vote on tonight. Is that, is there an adequate amount to assist people? How many people might be affected, and how many people should we be funding to help?
So I don't have an exact number of how many people would be affected in that they would discontinue pumping their septic tank, and whether or not there is enough money in those funds. Those programs are ran through Friends of Lake Monroe, and the Lake Monroe Water Fund. So I don't know how soon those funds are gone or how well those programs go. So.
And just real quick, so the health department essentially inspects.
Mm-hmm.
Is it complaint driven, or is this a, you know, how does it come about? Somebody notices that you know, there's, you know, how often do people get inspected?
I'm not really sure how the health department runs their inspection program. I would assume there is some aspect of complaint driven and some aspect of regular inspections.
Okay, thanks.
Other first round, Councilmember Ruff.
Just before I ask my question, I just want to make sure I understand the increase. So what's the fee now? What's the rate now? It's going up to 8 cents per thousand. What is it now?
2.
2. So it's, what, quadrupling or whatever?
It's a 288% increase on domestic
so
septage.
It's my understanding that while most folks on septic are able to have septic fields, drainage fields, and septic fingers, and sort of full-blown systems or a mound system that allows them to only need maintenance pumping every couple of years, was described earlier. And that's why the cost was, is going to definitely be an increase, but it shouldn't be. We're not talking about numbers that would break the bank for most folks.
So,
but aren't there folks whose properties who are in situations where they can't have an actual field? They basically have a septic holding tank that they have to get pumped like every few weeks, or maybe even more frequently than that, certainly monthly, maybe more. And it seems like if that's the case, and that would only be the case, I would think, or that would tend to be the case in very environmentally sensitive situations where they just couldn't get approval for an actual septic field because they just don't have the soil, the setting, the slope, whatever. I'm not sure what all the technical limitations might be. But those are going to be the most prone to, I feel like, create an environmental problem. And at the same time, you're creating, I would feel like, an affordability issue that's really significant for at least some people, maybe a significant amount of people. I don't know. If you're talking about going from, $100 a month to $400 a month or something, if the whole if it all gets passed on from the hauler to the consumer, to the user, if that whole rate from 2 to 8 gets passed on, if you're talking about that, suddenly it seems like it becomes maybe even undoable for a lot of people, and you're almost certainly going to be doing some environmental damage for people who just can't make that work. Am I missing something? Am I way off on something here? Or is this a very tiny sliver of the septic world that I'm talking about here? Or can you respond?
So I can't comment on what percentage of the septic world relies on pure septic tanks versus a septic system. But yes, the increase in costs will be substantial, and that is really the tragedy of not having done this for 25 years. And so, we have an obligation to meet our cost of service, and even seeing through the Crow report what that cost of service was, we already acknowledged that that was far too great to just do all at once, and so this is approximately half of that. But we really do need to make sure that we are charging for what we're treating.
And I just had one
Yeah.
follow-up, both related. It's just related.
Okay.
So you said a minute ago that this isn't, we're going to want to ease it in. This is easing it in. Are we likely to then to see a similar sized increase coming fairly soon?
So our next full sewer rate case, we will be starting this year to hopefully implement in 2027. There we will again take another look at this and look at the actual waste versus the EPA. So this is based on the EPA's numbers for septic waste. And now that we have sampling, we should be able to know what our waste looks like. So it may not be as drastic all the way up to the 17, which is again why we didn't want to go all the way up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other first round questions? Okay, I have one if I can go back to it. And maybe this will approach what Councilmember Flaherty was interested in too. So you said in your memo that Crow determined that 17.5 cents per gallon would provide the revenue corresponding with the cost of treatment, CBU staff, and billing charges. Do you happen to know how many cents per gallon just covers the cost of treatment? I can't remember if you said that as part of your slideshow.
I think I'm going to leave this one up to Jennifer Wilson with Crow.
Hello, Jennifer Wilson with Crow. I'm looking back through the report, and most of it is having to do with the treatment charge of actually treating the flow at the plant. So we came up with 17.2 cents per 100 gallons as being the treatment charge. So there's very minor billing charge because you're billing all your customers. So when we allocated that cost, it's billing charge divided by all your customers' bills. So that's a very minor portion of it. So most of it is the treatment.
Okay, but that is estimated on the EPA septage report, not estimated on the actual
Correct.
Deliveries that we're getting.
Correct. We allocated the costs and then divided by the amount of pounds, and then it's also then based upon the EPA estimate of the strength of the pounds that you're actually receiving.
Okay, but the proposed 8 cents a gallon corresponds pretty well with what other facilities in southern Indiana are charging.
Right. I believe Stephen did that, told you a little bit about the communities. My quick look beforehand, I believe Columbus charges 6 cents, and let me see here. Terre Haute charges 10 cents, and Indianapolis charges 5.6 cents. So it's very comparable to what other communities are charging.
Okay. I think that any of my other questions would go into a round two. So round two questions. Councilmember Rallo. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Councilmember Daley, do you have a round one question?
I guess so. Yeah, sorry, I haven't fully formulated it in my head, so forgive me while I'm babbling. But I guess I'm starting to kind of wonder, hearing those ranges, that's quite a range, 5.6 all the way up to 10. And yeah, 8 is kind of central, but I guess that makes me wonder then, it sounds a little bit silly if I put it as, well, what's the rush to get this rate increase, jumping right up to 8? I get it because it's been 25 years. So that's a long time. We do want to try to make up for lost ground. But on the other hand, it's been 25 years. What's the rush to jump up almost 300%? Is there a way, or was it considered maybe a bit of a slower increase so it doesn't feel like such a shock to our lower income septic users?
Okay, very well.
So when we received the initial study from Crow, obviously we identified that that was going to definitely cause rate shock. So we felt that going to at least half and being comparable to other municipalities and wastewater treatment plants in our region felt like a good place to start. And we felt confident that that would be a reasonable place to start if we wanted to further assess using our own wastewater, now that we are able to have samples, which is, like Stephen had said before, a relatively new program. So this is not something we had had access to before. The sampling program,
Right.
leaving samples.
Moving on to round two then, Councilmember Asari. Oh, which one of you wants to go first? Councilmember Rallo?
Okay, I'll take it. I'm older. It's past my bedtime. So the representative from Crow, could I ask a question? I've forgotten your name, I'm sorry. Read through your report, it's very thorough, appreciate it. You recommend for full cost accounting 2 cents to 17 cents. To prevent rate shock, we're going to go 2 cents to 8 cents. In your experience, have you seen rate increases to that degree? Because you've probably done a lot of these and recommended rate increases, but is this an outlier, or have you seen this before?
So as he kind of explained, this isn't a normal type of study that's done regularly. I've probably done 3 or 4 of them. So no, it's not done on a regular basis. Last time you guys did it was in 2000. So if you maintain it and able to do it more regularly with your normal sewer cost of service study, you'll get a better idea of how, and use your actual cost components of your strength. I think you'll have a better idea to do it. There's not a whole lot of communities that do this, and so you're kind of an outlier to actually have a septic charge.
Okay, there aren't too many communities that make such a rate increase in degree? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there's not
that accept hauling from outside.
Oh, exactly.
So
Yes.
we're sort of an exception. Got it. Okay. So there's hardly any comparators then in that case.
Very few.
Does Terre Haute, does Indianapolis, do they accept outside hauler?
They do.
Okay.
My quick search showed what that rate would be is, well, actually, sorry, I take that back.
Oh, yeah,
Haven't really looked into whether or not they accept outside hauling.
Oh, okay. That's just their rate. Okay.
That's just their rate.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Asari.
No one to ask questions to. How much knowledge do we have of, and I guess this is something that hopefully people will say in public comment. I mean, we're acting like it's a 1-to-1 ratio, what we charge versus what a hauler charges a customer. What's the model? Because there was a comment earlier about like how we charge also being a question, and so sort of two questions here is that we've said the expected increase to a customer is roughly $19 a year or something like that. But it probably will be more, presumably, because the haulers also need to make money. But then the second question then is have we explored are there other mechanisms that we can either pursue to lower cost or the ways that we charge? So is charging per gallon the only method of charging for waste?
So I'm actually really glad you asked that question, because the way that we charge for septage does impact how haulers need to charge their customers. And so the way that we currently, the way that we've proposed is to do it by tank. tank size, and we have heard feedback that not all the tanks are full. Sometimes when they come, they're not full. It doesn't make sense to be full. And so what we are now looking into after having received said feedback is how we can institute some sort of system at Dillman that would have a flow meter and potentially some kind of grinder pump so that we would be able to accurately charge for the actual gallons versus tank size. And that's something we are exploring currently. Yes.
And then that minor question on the cost to consumer that we estimated at 19 earlier. It's presumably higher than that directly to the consumer, right?
Oh, yeah. So what we presented before is just our charge to the haulers. Of course, I don't own these businesses, so I am not the person who decides what their rates are, how they charge them, how they arrive to their rates. I would assume it's a combination of things like mobilization and gas and wear and tear on vehicles and labor. And so my assumption is that while our charge to septic haulers is going up 288%, I would be hopeful that it would not directly be 288% to the customer, because hopefully those other charges aren't also going up. Like those other costs wouldn't go up with just the cost of septic charges. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you. Are there other second round questions? Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes, thank you. I believe you mentioned there's a legal obligation that the rate be cost-based, that is, based on a cost of service study that was done to assess what it actually costs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are the dumping rates for septage regulated by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission as well, or is that exclusively by us outside the IURC purview?
That's outside of the IURC.
Okay. Granted, we're using the EPA estimate of strength. Sounds like in the future we'll have better sampling for at least an average of what strength is of septage in our area. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Nevertheless, we have a ballpark of 17 cents or so of what it actually costs. We're charging 8. I understand the rationale there, as well as the interest in truing up over time. And so I guess a two-part question is, there must be some case law or other legal guidance that allows a phase-in period when you realize your current rate structures are not cost-based, because arguably the 8 cents would not be complying with the legal requirement that we actually have cost-based regulation. So there's that. And then, actually, maybe I'll just pause on part 2 because it's too much to unpack otherwise, but yeah.
I'll let Chris Wheeler take part 1 about legal obligations.
Yeah, so there's a dance that's done there. We are obligated to know what our cost of service that's provided, what that cost of service is, and we are required to then charge a rate that brings us back to even. We need to charge a rate that covers the cost of those services, but there's also an acknowledgement with this whole concept of rate shock. And in this situation, there's plenty of precedent that suggests that you do a step up. You don't just go all the way to the top when you're looking at this and you believe there's a rate shock that could occur. And so I think that the utility did a great job of trying to find what that average is and trying to fit into the average with a lot of the other utilities around the state.
Okay, thank you. And then part 2, I think, so utilities are, they have to balance their revenues and costs, right? These are costs we're incurring and have been incurring. I think this goes a little bit to what my colleague, Councilmember Daley, was asking, like, why so much? Why can we slow it down a little bit? But I would assume the answer is because other people are paying for it right now. It's cost shifting. And so I assume Bloomington residents, through some rate or another, whether it's wastewater or otherwise, are paying for the delta, the gap in between what we're charging right now and what it actually costs to process the septic waste. And so how does that work when we have shortfalls in what the cost of service actually is for, vis-a-vis the revenue? Where do the funds come from to make up that gap.
Yeah, the other classes or the other rates are essentially subsidizing the fact that we have such a nice, nice to the customers, a nice low rate going right now for the sludge and hauled septic rates. There's a subsidy that's crossing over from our other rates. And we need to eliminate that.
And so it shows up essentially in the form of a artificially high or inflated cost of wastewater treatment for, let's say, City of Bloomington Utilities customers, or is that probably where it's showing up?
Yes, so if it's not coming, if the cost of service is not coming from this customer class, then inherently it would be coming from other customer classes. Granted, I do think it's worth mentioning that we have a lot more direct service customers than we do septic haulers. And so that may, I mean, again, I cannot explain why this hasn't happened in 25 years, but that may explain part of why this has gone undone, unnoticed, because the larger rate case for the sewer rates have covered it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other second round questions, Councilmember Ruff.
This just follows up on the earlier questions. So it appears that, so there's the state law requires us to pursue fees and rates that equal or that pay for the cost of services. And I totally support that. I totally get it, 100%. However, how urgent is it to quickly comply with that? I mean, obviously it hasn't been an issue for a long time. As you said, for 25 years, there wasn't an urgency to comply with the state mandate to cover your cost of services with your fees for that service. Is it more urgent now to come into compliance with that because of some state law or not?
No, I don't.
Yeah, there's no, I'm sorry, there's no new urgency. There's no difference going on. There's no new mandate. It's just that it's been so long that this particular rate is so out of skew with the actual cost to provide this service. It's being defrayed, sure, by all of the other rates that we have. It's being covered and subsidized by all of the other ratepayers, but it's so out of skew that it does need to be corrected. It just so happens that it's falling right now that we're trying to correct it. We're just bringing it to council now.
So, to follow up with that point, I know it's spread over a much larger, the cost right now is being spread over a much larger base of payers, so it wouldn't be much, but are we going to see a commensurate drop in the rates for the rest of those payers that now are going to not be subsidizing with their rates these others? Are we going to see a drop for everyone else, even if it's a small one?
This might be a great question for Jennifer to field.
Yeah, I'll let Jennifer take this one.
As they alluded to, it's being spread across a large number of customers. So we would have to do an analysis to see if this would even affect the rates by a penny or so, because what ends up happening is you take the revenue requirements of the sewage works and you subtract out any other income that you're getting, which this would be included as, and then you get that net difference and you divide that by the actual consumption. So by increasing this charge, the next time rates are looked at, you get to increase that amount that's offsetting the revenue requirements of the utility when that study's being done.
But you're saying, though, that it would very likely be, you said maybe not even a penny. It'd be a very small amount.
My expectation, I have not crunched the numbers, but we're talking about a amount of septic charges versus what you're gathering from all your customers. So my penny is just totally off, just pulling it out of the air, but I need to do that calculation, but I would not expect it to have a large impact to the rates.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Other second round questions? All right, seeing none, I think I'd like to go to public comment on, I'm going to have to go back and find my number, ordinance 2025-44 as amended. I already see people in chambers have figured out what to do. If you're in chambers, go ahead and make your way to the podium, sign in, and then state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. If you're online, you can go ahead and raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. But we will start here in chambers. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Again, I'm Jeff Todd with Todd Septic here in Bloomington, and just a quick amount of background. My dad, Larry Todd, started the company in 1979. I took over in 2010. He's now since passed, but we've served the community of Monroe County ever since then for a long time. I really have two concerns about this, and I do want to say I understand the CBU's need for raising rates. It makes sense. It hasn't been done in 25 years. Really, that's what's caused the problem here. So it has to be done. But even though this is a tiered approach, it's still a 300% nearly increase all at once, which is a big jump for everyone involved. I mean, if any of your other utilities went up 300%, I think you probably have an issue with that. That's kind of my number one concern. And then number two are the holding tank customers, because they are going to bear the brunt of this rate change. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of holding tanks in Monroe County, all around the north side of the lake, in the watershed, private campgrounds. There are several of them. Some of those community members are here tonight. Boys and Girls Club Camp Rock, Smithfield Little League. There are a lot of places that have holding tanks, and I pump them out as frequently as once a week, up to maybe every 2 months. And just taking Smithfield Little League, for instance, during their season, I haul 4,000 gallons out of their tank every week. So that's going to be a rate increase that I'm not sure what they'll do, truthfully. And even if I just charge them my disposal costs, it's still going to be massive. The campgrounds around Monroe County that bring in a lot of money to the community and support local businesses, they're all going to be affected. Night Ridge, Pine Grove, Whispering Wilderness, Jamie Lou, Sharwood, Fern Hills, Monroe Causeway Campground, Two Herons Marina. These are all some facilities that are on holding tanks. And then just to kind of backtrack on why that is, back in the 70s and 80s, the health department required people in the watershed to install holding tanks because they thought that was better for the environment. They've kind of gone back and forth on whether that's true or not, but nevertheless, these people are stuck with those tanks. And, in some cases, they couldn't be replaced with a septic system, or they might incur a $20,000 to $30,000 cost to put in a septic system. So that's my biggest concern, are those customers of mine that are on holding tanks, because they're going to be affected greatly. And if there was maybe some way to have a separate rate for them, because the wastewater that we haul out of theirs is so frequent, it doesn't digest and build up as much solids as a traditional septic tank. So it's more on the line with sewage, or what you're coming down the pipeline from the city sewer. So if there was some way to have maybe a separate rate for them to maybe alleviate that stress. So,
Thank you. Are there hands raised on Zoom? Okay, let's go ahead and do this person in chambers. Thank you for signing in, and then we'll move to our first commenter on Zoom, okay? Go ahead and please state your name for the record, and you'll have
I'm
up to 3
Malcolm
minutes.
Webb, and I'm speaking as an end user of the service that's being discussed. I have a home that has holding tanks, and I'm somewhat relieved to hear the discussion going on and understand what's behind this, because at first glance, a 300% increase felt like, to me, sort of the municipal equivalent of when my older brothers used to say, "Malcolm, we've had enough crap out of you." And so I'm glad to know it's more than that. And I appreciate the hard work that everyone is doing on the issue. Most of the concerns that I have been raised. The potential environmental impact if lower income users have difficulty adjusting to this. And I'd just like to put a word in for suggestion that if you can find a way to implement the rate increase more slowly so that people have a chance to adjust to it, I'd suggest you do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to our first online commenter. When you're unmuted, you can go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Berg. I'm a local resident. I am a customer of Todd Septic, and I'd say he probably articulated everything perfectly. And I appreciate all the common sense questions that the panel, that the committee has asked Mr. Rollo and Mr. Ruff, asking about the holding tanks. I own 2 commercial campgrounds in town. My wife is an educator in town. My kids all 3 go to school here in Bloomington. We're taxpayers. We are extremely concerned about the hike in the fees, mostly because I'm going to have to pass this on to my customers, and they bring a lot to the economy to Bloomington, and they're not going to be happy about it. And I'm concerned about our lower income residents as well, and what they may have to, the choices they may have to make when it comes to either pay their light bill or do something with their septic. But more specifically about our holding tanks, and I have 13 holding tanks, so I'm going to be impacted by thousands of dollars because Todd Septic pumps me out on occasion, most of the time once a week, and sometimes every other week. But, you know, what Jeff had said was most of our tanks are just liquid and not sludge, as the common resident is mostly sludge because they go years, because it goes typically into a septic field or something like that. So ours is, all septic tanks are not created equal. Our holding tanks are a lot different than regular mound systems and such. But I appreciate the way that Jeff articulated and what the panel's doing to make common sense questions. I don't think the hike should be as much, although I do think it needs to be hiked up, but going all the way up to 8 cents doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You know, somewhere in between that, so it's not such a sticker shock, would be much appreciated. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is there another hand raised on Zoom? Okay, great. Let's go ahead and go here in chambers. Come on forward. Make sure to sign in and state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Jerry Jackson. I represent Whispering Wilderness Campground, one of the private campgrounds around the lake that Jeff Todd talked about. He's the guy that actually comes and pumps all of our tanks. We have approximately 30 tanks. And it's already been said, a lot of the pumps out of ours is going to be nothing but water. Because you get people in there on the weekend, Friday, Saturday night, they go out on the lake all day. Everybody comes in, everybody showers. We catch all that. We catch all the sink water, all the shower water. So you don't have there's not a great deal of solid sludge in any of our pumps. You're dealing with a whole lot more water. So it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. Our situation is 100% different than, say, a normal septic system at a home. So you can't even compare the two. And it's going to substantially cost a lot more money because we pump everything out on a weekly basis. So, another thing I wanted to mention, the 17 cents. Well, I call it that was skewed by 2, right? Carmel, Indiana, I think is what I heard. I'm not really sure. But other than that, other than 2, out of all the places that treat this sewage, everybody else is way down. So the 17-cent figure is, like, to me, shouldn't even be in the ballpark. You're talking about one place does 5 cents, another place does 6 cents, and they're fine. They're no problems there. So the 17-cent thing, I don't really appreciate that being brought in. And one of you guys, I forget which one asked, one of you asked a question that made them say, well, it was kind of skewed, so other than that, they would have never mentioned that. we would have all been looking at 17 cents, which is actually false, or at least that's the way I'm taking it. So with that being said, this isn't a one-size-fits-all situation by any means, so a price hike like this is really going to affect a whole lot of campgrounds and everything that I don't think that's been thought about, including state campgrounds, right? Paintown, all those, they're involved in this too. They have situations where they have to be pumped out as well, so private and public. So that's really all I have to add, and I think 300% on any utility raise, no matter what it is, imagine if they wanted to raise your electric 300%. I don't think anybody in this room would like that. So 300% is huge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's go ahead to the next person in chambers. Please sign in, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jay Pippin. I own Owen Septic. We too also service the Monroe County and surrounding counties. A couple things, I just took notes. I had a pre-done speech, but I want to thank you guys for addressing the out-of-county stuff because that is a big concern. A couple things. Crow, I think when you were up, you mentioned that your costs were 17 cents per 100 gallons. So I need clarification on that. Is it 17 cents per gallon or 17 cents per 100 gallons? Because that's a big difference.
This isn't necessarily a time that we go back and forth.
Okay.
Your question is noted for the record.
Scratch that. Okay. I also wanted to address how we are billed because it goes into this whole in-county, out-of-county. We buy tickets ahead of time, so we pay CBU up front for our tickets. So I buy, for instance, a 4,000-gallon out-of-county ticket, and I run with that. With the rates that have been presented in the past, I don't quibble whether I pump somebody in Bloomington and I have a mixed load. The rates are fair. If we go to a out-of-county and we're mixing loads, then that becomes a bigger issue because I'm paying up front for that out-of-county ticket. So we buy our tickets ahead of time. Another point was brought up about costs and increasing costs and how we go about charging our costs. You can rest assured that our other costs, in addition to our pump dumping costs, have gone up as well. So when we're going to pass on prices to our customers, we're considering the CBU dump costs in addition to everything else that we've got going on. And then the last question I have is from a percentage of sewage, what do the haulers represent at CBU? From what I understand, it's less than 1% of the flow that goes through CBU. So does this even move the needle? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom in the intermediary time?
And I can't believe anybody or nobody has said this, but go IU.
All right, let's go ahead to the next person in chambers. Go ahead and sign in and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Maggie Sullivan. I work for Friends of Lake Monroe. I want to start by saying I'm very excited at the number of times people have said watershed tonight. That makes me very happy. I'm also very happy with the tenor of the conversation. This is a really difficult situation, and I appreciate so many people coming out with big concerns who are very graciously expressing them. Obviously, there seems like there needs to be a rate increase after 25 years, but the sticker shock does seem real. At Friends of Lake Monroe, one of our big concerns is marinas around the lake that offer bathrooms to encourage people to use them rather than peeing in the lake. And a lot of them are in the holding tank situation where they're going to see pretty dramatic rate increases, and we would hate to see that encourage them to shut off their bathroom access just because of the cost involved. So I don't know the feasibility of having a different rate structure that could address that in some way. Also, someone brought up our program that we've done off and on where we help subsidize the cost of septic tank pumping. We're currently doing that in Jackson County and in Brown County, not in Monroe. Their pumping costs tend to be a little higher, partly because they're further away and partly because they're not hauling to Bloomington. They're hauling to other plants that are more expensive. So if we run a program again in Monroe County, we would adjust our reimbursement rates based on whatever the new costs would be. So that's something that we're happy to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Okay, is there anybody else in chambers? Go ahead, sign in and state your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
I am Courtney Medley, and I own Medley Septic Service. And first, I just want to be clear, the septic haulers are not disputing the need for some sort of rate increase. We completely understand costs rise, but what most don't realize is the system the city uses to charge the septic haulers is already flawed, and this increase will make those problems even worse. We are disputing the size of the increase plus continued increases planned over the next few years and the impact this will have on the families, businesses, and our environment in the current economy. When families can't afford regular pumping, especially those with holding tanks, they will delay service. Some will let tanks overflow. Some may get sump pumps and pump them out in the middle of the night. And by the time the county realizes this, our lakes, streams, groundwater environment is already contaminated. This potentially is our drinking water we're talking about. New homeowners are told by the county they can be on a pump and haul contract until a field system is installed. They could face facing, a mortgage payment plus essentially a second mortgage payment to have their house, their waste hauled away. Do they become unhoused until they can get a field in? An average household could need that pumped once a week. Local restaurants are already on strict pumping schedules. Many pump quarterly or even monthly. Will this increase make them struggle to stay in business? Local events that rely on porta pots will face higher costs of rental because disposal fees will increase. Will they have the revenue to still hold these events? Our septic waste goes into the same lagoon as the city sewer, so it's treated the same way. Yet city sewer customers are paying less than 1 cent, and we are going to be paying 8 cents just for, the in-county tanks. Per CBU, 4 billion gallons were treated last year, yet only 5 million of those gallons were hauled septic haulers. So that's not even 1% of the waste treated. So why are we being asked to shoulder so much of that cost? And with the CROW study, per my emails with CBU, the gallons for this study were estimated on what we purchased for our dump tickets, meaning our truck size, not actual measured gallons dumped. So the numbers for this study are potentially already skewed. We are not charged by actual gallons dumped. We are charged based on the full size of our truck, whether it is full or not. This means we've been paying CBU for gallons we've never dumped for years. We buy tickets or gallons before we even pump a tank. So with this increase, if I need 40 tickets, my cost will be $8,000 up front before I even pump a tank. And that's 100,000 gallons when I will only really be dumping 80,000 gallons because I can only get 2 residentials on my tank. That's $1,600 worth of unused gallons that I'm giving to CBU already. So these are real everyday consequences. I don't believe the full trickle-down effect has been considered when we are discussing how to cover the treatment deficit, and I think those are things we really need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? If you just want to give me a wave if somebody does, that would be great. Next in chambers, go ahead and step up and sign in and then state your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Steve. I'm with the owner of Affordable Septic. There's really not a whole lot more I can add to what everybody's already said. I guess the one thing I would bring to light is there is concern about people were talking about house septics, how often they're pumped, and et cetera. I can tell you, according to my side of the business, which is pumping septics and et cetera, tanks are failing a lot faster now than they have been in the last 4 to 5 years. So tanks are being pumped a lot more often. I have multiple customers who are pumping them once a year just because their systems are just not able to handle it. And that is growing significantly. As far as, I think there was a question raised about how the county inspects or checks on systems. As far as my knowledge, there is no inspection that they go out and just randomly pick John Doe and say, hey, how's your system? I believe that is not the case. Most of the time that I've found out anything like that is a neighbor called in due to a problem that something has come to the surface, or the customer or the resident has called the county and said, hey, I have something coming out of the ground or something like that. So there is no real going around and testing systems. And I can vouch to say there's a lot of systems that are failing, just point blank. So this is going to really be a huge problem because there's a lot of people that have heard about this and have made phone calls to me, and they're like, I can't do this. What am I going to do? I have no answer for them, of course. So because I don't know how this is going to come about. So we're hoping that, I think, along with the other haulers here, that 20 years is a long time to just now come around to this. If I could be a little bold, if I ran my business like that, people would probably tell me I need to be out of business. So at this point in the game, I kind of feel like maybe if we could take a little look at this thing and maybe back it up just a little bit, ease it into it, it would be well appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in chambers who would like to make a comment about ordinance 2025-44 as amended? Seeing nobody and nobody else on Zoom, that returns it to council. Any questions that have come up for council members after public comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for the comments. One clear question that emerged builds on what Councilmember Ruff was already bringing up, which is what sounds like a dramatic difference between holding tanks versus septic systems that use some type of processing and therefore concentrate the solids over time. What I'm inferring from that is that the EPA number is maybe not a very good, is not reflective, like the distribution of what the strength of the waste and therefore what the actual cost of processing it would be might vary dramatically and be something like a double bell curve with a big gap in the middle between the two bells. And A, like, is that accurate? And then B, is it possible, and was it considered, to have different rates for those two scenarios? I don't know if there's a way to actually assess at dumping site, at the time of dumping, like what category we're in. Are we, emptying a holding tank that is very similar in profile to standard wastewater on our system versus highly concentrated waste?
Yes. So I will start by saying that I did have a good awareness of the fact that there are lots of septic holding tanks out there, but the extent to which septic holding tanks are used by members of our community, I really appreciate all the public commentary that has talked about that and talked about the impacts that this rate would have on septic holding tanks. We would absolutely be open to a separate rate. I mean, right now we have a whole table, like I said, we have a whole complicated table of rates where it's essentially self-reporting, in county, out of county, grease, not grease, whatever else is on that table. So we would be open to a separate rate for holding tanks because we do acknowledge that the pollutant loading is not the same as concentrated septic system waste. And so we were talking about how, and hopefully this is still answering your question. We were talking about how septic waste is 1% of the total wastewater that's treated at Dillman, yet it less than 1% of the total wastewater, less than 1% of the total wastewater that's treated at Dillman But, you know, could be up to 6% of the pollutant loading, assuming, again, these EPA pollutant loading measures. So, yeah.
It seems to me, just a brief follow-up, you're open to different rates. It seems like that would require us to postpone a final action on this in order to take that up. And I guess it doesn't seem necessarily like the type of thing that we could solve in 2 weeks if it includes some revisiting assumptions around cost of service, for instance, and the respective volumes of different types of waste. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say that this is something that if you brought it back in 2 weeks, it would be rushed. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, excellent question about the hauler volume of septage relative to the total amount of sewage system waste. Is it about 1% or less?
Less than 1%.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Asari.
I think based on the question and insightful comment of our colleague, I wonder whether we should continue to ask questions, because I would be very open to postponing. I do have some questions that might help with design of future implementation here, but I'd be in favor of postponing so that we can continue to shape and design this, as much as, I hate to do that at 10 o'clock at night. But
Is that a question or a motion?
no, sure, a motion. I'm happy to move that, but then we have to debate it. And
Point of order. Before we make a motion and
Yes.
second it and move debate, I think it's instructive to have a little bit of comment here.
Agreed.
So that we can determine where this goes in the future.
Yeah. And so that was my, I was trying to phrase it as a question to all of you, because I also have other questions I'd like to ask, but whether it's worth asking them now and having further debate, or whether the appetite is, for us to postpone.
And then perhaps we could have our council attorney advise us in terms of whether it should be postponed, tabled, or just voted down.
Yeah, sure.
And then reintroduced at some other date.
Well, in which case, can I ask my question then, if that's the feeling? Sure. So the second thing that was brought up is the way that they're built, and so I think I'm interested in what our capabilities, like why are we billing the way that we're billing, and do we have other capabilities to bill in different ways? And then there's this one question brought up of, because they're paying ahead of time, so in the case that we're not able to bill in a different way, they're paying ahead of time, but then sometimes left with paid for things that they're not bringing in, essentially, right? So is there some way of doing like a credit or something like that if we're not able to change the way that we bill? But ideally, how we bill would change, right?
Yes, how we bill would change, and we've definitely identified the way that we bill is, I would just say, outdated. So ideally, we would be able to bill with RFID. So like I was explaining before, this is the ideal endpoint, is that we would have, we would issue cards to septic haulers. They would be able to use those to gain access to the plant, and then they would also be able to use those same cards for a flow meter that would precisely measure what they're pumping out. But we are not there yet, and we are currently just selling tickets.
And how close are we to being able to implement something like that? And I think the same question asked, which is if we were to make changes to viewing different type of waste, or for example, it comes from one type of tank versus another, do we have the technical capability to do either of those, and how close are we to being able to do it?
I think we would need to definitely do some workshopping on how to, outside of just, I mean, we've been taking people's word, And so outside of that, we would need to implement a sampling system that would require, right now, it's a drop-off system where we hold these samples in case something happens, essentially. But what we would need to do to identify waste, as far as like utilizing technology, and having these separate rates, right, for pollutant loading. We would have to have more resources and staff to be doing these samples more frequently and be running the samples more frequently. So I would say that aspect of it would require more workshopping. The aspect of it for RFID cards and for a flow meter system, I would say we're about 50% there. We have pretty much the card and gate system ready to go. We're just trying to make sure that we can get that flow meter system that would be compatible with it.
Okay, and that's already budgeted for, or is that when?
Yes, that would fit within our budget.
Wonderful, thank you.
Any other questions? I guess I kind of have a question. So this kind of goes to the concept of postponing for 2 weeks to see, you know, whether, like you said, it would be rushed, but maybe it could be something I think that everybody who I've heard from tonight kind of agrees, like, yeah, rates should increase because we have not done this in 25 years. And so maybe finding a compromise in the next 2 weeks might be possible. But my other question is that, you know, you identified some like comparison cities and their rates, but what do they do about the idea of a holding tank versus the sludge? Like, what kind of process do these other places use? Because, I mean, it seems to me like it's a really huge difference between a holding tank and more of a septic system in terms of the quality of waste that's being disposed of and how much treatment is necessary and how much time that takes and chemicals and all of those things. And so, like, I mean, is there a model that other organizations are using? Do you know of?
Not that I am aware of currently. And I just to the first part of your question where you're thinking about, you know, postponing 2 weeks and if that would be rushed and if we could find a compromise. I do also want to note that the ordinance that we've brought today was upon recommendation of our Utilities Service Board. And so any substantial changes I would want to bring to the Utilities Service Board before bringing back. So I think postponing 2 weeks, I don't know how feasible that is. Not to rush it, but just to, because again, it's been 25 years.
Okay. Any other questions?
A small related one. Actually,
Councilmember
that
Flaherty.
was a question of mine. I've had to, as you all know, I'm our representative on the Utility Service Board. I also have depending on the month, we have conflicts with Transportation Commission. So I've missed 2 meetings in the last 4. I have a feeling I missed this specifically because I wasn't there for the discussion. And I was going to ask, so the Utility Service Board did recommend what's before us now. And could you recall, was that unanimous? Was there much dissent, or was it a close vote?
It was unanimous. You know, the boards, it's a matter of, it was unanimous. It is a matter of priorities. The Utility Service Board has the financial interests of the utility as their, you know, driving force. Right. I think City Council has a broader responsibility, and so that's why we're here today.
Thank you.
Other questions or a motion? Councilmember Rallo.
Are we going to have comment period? Because I think I'd like to hear from my colleagues. I have a few comments.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go for commentary if there's no motion out there to do anything different.
Okay. Shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay, I want to give credit to the CBU and Director Zager for addressing a topic that's been long overlooked, and it's not an easy thing to do, and so I really appreciate it. My concern is, of course, fairness. for ratepayers and full cost accounting. I appreciate the work from Crow. Read it thoroughly. I have no dispute with that. So my concern is fairness for ratepayers. So I have sympathy for raising rates to be fair to them. But my sense is that the rate change at this time has a potential for unintended consequences, and I don't know exactly what those are. And so I'm loath to just go forward with this without knowing that. I heard a lot of excellent questions and comments. For those in attendance tonight, I want to extend my appreciation for sticking it out and staying for a late night. I'm pleased to hear about the addressing potentially holding tanks as a separate animal, solids versus liquid, and maybe a differential rate relative to that. I'm concerned about the effect on business. I'm concerned about customers. I'm concerned about low-income residents. And so I would like to see a more gradual phasing. If we've waited 25 years and we're trying to achieve 8 cents, which would be competitive to our peers around, in the area, could we do it in a very gradual way, stepwise, so that we could allow us to understand what the effects would be, so we could, make an incremental raise and then wait a while and see what happens in terms of are people adapting? That to me, because I can't anticipate what would happen, and I would hate to see neglect of septic tanks. And I know that in this area with a lot of clay, you have a lot of failing systems, and it's just the nature, of it. An expensive proposition to put in a septic field because you sometimes have to build a hill to put it in. And this isn't like northern Michigan where there's sand everywhere. This is clay and bedrock. So that's my comment. I think this is going to take a while. I'd like to see it done right. And put before the CBO and have their say as well. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other councilmember comments? Councilmember Asari.
Thank you, Councilman Barallo and colleagues and all of you for, staying here this late, and going through all of the, boringness of our meetings. Congratulations. I'd like to pull on one thread that I think we haven't brought up and I think is going to be important. I share Councilman Morello's view that I think it's right in this case for us to do this correctly, but I think that the core problem is not the rate as much as it is the one-size-fits-all approach, as one of the commenters said. And so figuring out a way to properly distinguish between the different types of septage and sewage, I think is going to be like the key policy tool that's necessary to guard against the what do you call it? The externalities, the side effects here, and so that's what I'm quite interested in doing. I do think, however, that we should be careful with coming to a conclusion that's something like we need to further phase this in, because I think we need, well, let me say it this way, we need to be clear about what that actually means. Every moment, every day that goes by that we keep rates the way that they are is days that we as a city. Oh, they're vacuuming. It's not over yet, folks. But the days that we as a city are subsidizing this activity, which is, to the tune of, millions of dollars that we could be spending on other things. And that's a choice. Like, that may be a choice that we want to make, and we may choose that we want to because of environmental things, because of people's behavior, because of equity. We might choose to subsidize that, but we need to, I think, be very clear about that, that it's not just, a direct, I'm worried about the shock value of this. It's, at some point, taxpayers are paying for this regardless. And so, you know, are we more happy to do this, or, for example, pave more of our roads, I think is a question that we ought to be asking. And that's, I know, I get it. It's a fallacy. It's a false thing, but it is money. It's coming from the same pot. So there's a choice to make here about how we're subsidizing certain services to the city. So, thank you.
Other council member comment? Councilmember Ruff?
Yeah, I also want to thank CBU for tackling this, the staff and everyone involved for facing up to this after all these years, 25 years, and coming forward with this. So that's greatly appreciated. But it seems to me that after all this discussion, the issue certainly isn't the subsidy. If it comes out to a penny or two of what the regular ratepayer is paying, I think most Bloomingtonians and most Monroe Countyans would say, would you pay another penny or two on your utility bill in order to keep sewage from overflowing from failing septics into streams and lakes and backing up in people's houses. And I think most people would do that. So it seems to me it's more the principle, right? The principle of who's paying and who's covering the cost of what the service is, and also the state law, state requirement to pursue cost of paying fees that cover cost of services. And so given that, I think as long as it's going to take, it's fine to take as long as this takes to really get this right, to deal with this, some of the problems that are brought up, that some of the improvements and things we could do differently in terms of rates and fees and how the charges are done, and just figuring out a way to distinguish between holding tank, because their impacts are a lot less versus full-blown septic system. So as long as it takes, I'm just in no hurry on this at all, and because again, if there's not really even going to be a guaranteed reversion to the other taxpayers or the other ratepayers who are doing the subsidizing, because it's going to be such a small amount spread over everybody, that seems to me that it means that the subsidy that people are providing, the other users are providing, is tiny. It's infinitesimal. It's enough that people would say, yeah, I want to have a clean environment, and it's worth it me to be paying to cover some of what would otherwise might lead to a problem if we do this large of a rate increase. And then finally, I want to say, we've built an expectation, maybe inadvertently, but by charging 2 cents or however long it's been for so long, we've sort of built a reasonable expectation amongst property and business owners that this is what the cost is. And they're making business decisions and home investment decisions based on the assumption that, it may go up some. Yeah, sure, things go up, things cost more. But nobody could have reasonably, I don't think, expected this amount, this fast, right? So I think given that, we've created inadvertently a reasonable expectation of what, and people have taken actions and made investments, and based on how things have been, I think we really need to incrementally increase this. I'm glad this has been a great discussion. Thanks for everybody. Thanks for the presenters, utilities, administration. Thanks for everybody's comments and input. We've heard from the public and directly affected haulers and stakeholders, and great comments and questions and thoughts from council members and council colleagues. It's been really, I think, productive. So I'm going to certainly vote to postpone. If it comes for a vote, I would have to vote no if it's not a postponement or a tabling. We had a wave from our counsel. Attorney?
Attorney Lehner?
Did you want me to speak for a minute about the effect of postponing a question indefinitely versus voting to reject a question? Councilmember
Maybe if
Rallo
there's
had
a
brought something
motion
up.
to do that postponement, maybe after council comment.
That's fine.
Yeah. Is there any other council comment? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I've been at this job for a long time, and it does seem like we are often cleaning up after things that should have been done a long time ago, and then all of a sudden somebody realizes, oh, we should have been increasing this rate, or we should have been annexing land, or we should have been doing this or that, and then the problem becomes exponentially worse because then we're all of a sudden doing a lot of whatever it is. So I think that's unfortunate. I don't think it's the fault of anybody in this room, but past leadership should have been looking at this rate a long time ago. I think it is an important principle that other ratepayers should not be subsidizing the cost of septic processing, even if it's only a few cents. However, I think this proposal can be improved. For one thing, it is basing the treatment costs on an estimate from the EPA from 1994. I mean, that's a 30-year-old estimate. And that estimate doesn't make a distinction between a septic system and a holding tank. And I think those are problems with this proposal. So I think we should maybe wait until we get more accurate data. Overall, I think that I don't think a lot of people in the greater community know about this proposal. I don't know how much outreach was done by CBU, but it seems like a lot of the outreach that the things we've heard tonight are being heard for the first time, maybe by CBU staff and the Utility Service Board. And so I think that in general, one lesson we should take from this is to do more public outreach earlier. So I'm in favor of postponing this. Thank you.
Other council member comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, thank you. I'll also speak in defense of cost of service regulation. I think I'm very much in support of that as a principle, as an applied principle. I think we should be aiming for that. What my big reservation here is that we don't actually have accurate cost of service because we've made an assumption that is very coarse to describe a highly variable set of things. And so that's what we have to go back to the drawing board to figure out if we can do better by way of differentiating those things to charge different rates that are cost of service based. And also with appropriate phase-ins to avoid unintended consequences. I think that's reasonable as well. That's it. So I think that's going to take some time. I don't think we can do it in 2 weeks. I think that means we need to either postpone indefinitely or to kill the thing or vote down. I don't know if there's a difference functionally. Thank you very much for comments as well. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Daley.
I just want to say I recognize that a real lot of hard work went into putting this together and all this research, and thank you very much to the CBU. I know it was a lot of work and a lot of heart went into it, and I also really appreciate everybody who came and spoke. I'm sympathetic to both sides. I certainly agree with everybody here, and so we're kind of trying to find that sweet middle spot. And so I think that even though whatever happens tonight, either whether it's voted down or postponed, I don't think this conversation was futile. I think we all learned a heck of a lot tonight, and I think it's really, really valuable. And so I think these conversations, as long and tiring and as hard as they can be sometimes, are absolutely worth it and really what this is about for stronger community building. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. I think then everybody has commented but me, so I will go ahead and take a comment here. I'm generally in favor of raising these rates. It's been 25 years and we need to raise the rates. I think most people who spoke tonight agree with that. And I think it's really problematic that we have haulers coming from extremely far away because our rates are so low. That is a huge problem. That being said, I think that like the 8 cents doesn't necessarily bother me on the face because it does seem to kind of compare favorably with surrounding rates, but I don't know enough about those surrounding rates in terms of how they're dealing with partial tanks versus full tanks, how they're dealing with the very sludgy septic versus the holding tanks, and I think that there's some kind of unanswered questions in that. I am in, my preference tonight would be to just vote no on this and send it back to get some of those answered, because I don't think postponing 2 weeks is going to amount to enough. And I think I heard that directly from Director Zager, who would like to then bring this to the Utility Service Board, which I think is really appropriate. Their next meeting is the 15th, which is only 2 days before our next regular session meeting, and that is not enough time to get that feedback. So I'm not sure if that's what Council Attorney Lehner would also say. Additionally, the 17th has, I think, 5 or 6 pieces of legislation on it, including the annexation as second readings, and that is also set up to be a long meeting, and to put this on that meeting, I think, would be a mistake, and as president, I would then have to push something else, I think, to make that at all reasonable. So I would be in favor of just taking the vote on it tonight and voting it down as opposed to postponing, since we're so close to the end of the year. So that is my comment. Does anybody want to make a motion to postpone? Seeing none, Councilmember Flaherty.
I don't have a strong opinion. I just wondered if there was any practical difference with postponing indefinitely, which maybe sends a clearer signal that, like, this actually, while it kills the ordinance, I think it's less of a, like, I don't know. It probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it's our discussion has set that clear, right? I mean,
what?
I think that what we've said has made it
yes,
fairly,
yes,
right?
yes.
Like,
so never mind.
Does that feel okay?
Yes, I think under Robert's Rules of Order, there is some nuance with respect to postponement indefinitely. It's a way of disposing with a question without accepting or rejecting it. The effect is to suppress it for the duration of the current session, which in this case ends in just a few weeks. So I think it would permit the ordinance to come back in 2026 in the same way that a vote to reject it tonight would have that same effect too. So I think both postponement indefinitely and calling the question and then voting to reject are both viable options.
Does anybody want to move to postpone indefinitely? Seeing no one do that, will the clerk please call the roll on ordinance 2025-44 as amended?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
No.
Stosberg?
No.
Daly?
No.
Asari?
No.
Flaherty?
No.
Ruff?
No.
Ratlow?
No.
All right, that fails 0-7. And I thank everybody for coming to this, and also thank everybody who stayed through this to deal with the tow ordinances that are next. And I look forward to hearing more, some kind of alternate proposal in 2026. So moving on to the next.
I'm on it. I move that ordinance 2025-19 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to introduce ordinance 2025-19. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-19. To amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Removal and Impound of Vehicles regarding Chapters 15.48 and 15.52, updating permissible towing and storage charges for authorized towing services. The synopsis is as follows. Ordinance 2025-19 updates the maximum charges authorized towing services may collect when performing city-initiated tows to reflect more accurately the costs associated with towing services and current market pricing.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2025-19 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Who is here to talk about Title 15? If you could introduce yourself for the record, and go ahead.
Good evening, council members. I'm Assistant City Attorney Enadina Casamanian from the City of Bloomington Legal Department. And first, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today regarding proposed legislation under Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code, which covers police-initiated towing and other non-consensual towing. I'd also like to say I'm joined here tonight with Sergeant Jacob Hunter from the Bloomington Police Department and several members from the towing community. So tonight I'd like to briefly discuss why the city should consider updating or modifying the towing fees and why that would be legally sound, fiscally necessary, and operationally essential for ensuring public safety, mobility, while also meeting expectations that our code sets out for both enforcement officers and towing contractors. So I'm going to, just sort of go over 3 different areas. I want to talk about legal authority under Title 15. I'd also like to talk about fees, quality and sustainable rates. And I'd also like to talk about public safety and how this impacts public safety here in the city of Bloomington. So under Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code, the city is expressly authorized to do a few things. Some of those things, among other, are establish fees that reflect the reasonable cost of towing and storage, recover enforcement costs tied to not only illegal parking, but also events where there's traffic obstruction. The city is also authorized to contract with private towing companies at rates set or approved by the city. So moving along, I'd like to sort of go into fees. Current fees no longer accurately reflect the actual operational cost. Our towing fees have remained largely static for a few years. During this time, administrative tasks such as dispatch, coordination, record keeping, adherence to compliance, and release procedures have grown more complex under police-initiated tows. The cost of fuel has increased. Insurance premiums for tow truck operators has increased. The cost of labor has even increased, and the cost of actual tow truck equipment and maintenance has become more expensive. Additionally, the cost of storage continues to increase as there's becoming more need and requirement for security, lighting, and surveillance, fencing, all which are not cheap, where towing companies store vehicles. So what this means is that the city's actual cost of enforcing Title 15 is higher than the fee revenue that's being collected by our tow companies who are on our police rotation list. It's clear that when the fees don't cover the real cost, the shortfall is ultimately absorbed. And where is it being absorbed? It's being absorbed by City of Bloomington taxpayers, the city budget. It's also being absorbed by police officers who lose time due to understaffed towing companies who we've contracted with. Additionally, when we talk about rates and fees, we have noticed that our rates are not, they differ from the county and from Indiana University. And as we go more into that, we can address questions on that. But I want to talk a little bit more about public safety. As you know, towing is not merely just an administrative process. It's one of our primary public safety tools that we use to manage transportation and traffic flow in and out of our city. So when an illegally parked vehicle blocks fire lanes or transit stops, it's not just an inconvenience. This actually translates into a risk because fire trucks, ambulances, school buses, other essential services must be able to move through the city reliably. Title 15 gives the city the authority to remove illegally parked vehicles through our contracted towing companies, and those vehicles are ultimately obstructing traffic, where emergency vehicles and preventing emergency vehicles from being able to get through or park in their designated areas, putting people at risk, the citizens of Bloomington at risk. However, Title 15 can only work if our contracted tow providers are able to respond quickly, maintain high-quality equipment, have enough staff, and meet the code and the contract between the police and the city has a standard. Our contracted tow companies have to be ready 24/7 when they're on call with the city of Bloomington, with the police department. All of these things that I just listed all depend on financial viability. If we continue to allow towing rates to stay stagnant, providers can't afford to respond quickly, have reliable staff, have safety gear, modern trucks, and properly functioning secured storage. Additionally, the response time then begins to lag, and our law enforcement just generally becomes inconsistent. And this is the nexus where the city of Bloomington's public safety is compromised. A well-functioning towing system doesn't only deal with illegal parking, it protects the lives of the residents, as I stated earlier. So with that being said, I'd like to just talk a little bit more about how the fees have remained outdated and how companies cannot meet the standards that I've just listed without cutting corners or feeling compelled to withdraw from contracting with City of Bloomington's Police Department and to be on their rotation list. So when our contracted tow companies are not being properly compensated, or at least not compensated at market rate, it puts us all at risk here in the city of Bloomington. So the goal of updating the fee is not to burden the residents of the city of Bloomington. Rather, it's to ensure the towing program under Title 15 is financially neutral and does not shift costs onto taxpayers who follow rules. So simultaneously, it preserves the essential principle that the city's public roads belong to the community as a whole. Where at the same time, Bloomington's infrastructure should be protected. For all these reasons above, I'm open to questions about the proposed changes, and I also have Sergeant Jacob Hunter from the Bloomington Police Department and the tow companies here to answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you. I also want to note that we have 3 amendments on this ordinance. Councilmember Piedmont Smith, do you have a motion for?
Yeah, I'd like to
Amendment
go ahead and move Amendment 1 because it's really just moving some text and correcting typos. So,
Second.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Piedmont Smith. Do you want to continue to explain Amendment 1? That is also in that packet addendum that was released this afternoon.
So this amendment makes typographical corrections and moves the text regarding the $450 surcharge for a heavy tow from Section 1552.070 to Sections 1548.030 and 1552.060. For full transparency, it just makes more sense for that surcharge to be listed in those 2 sections. Therefore, it deletes Section 4 of the ordinance, which is that same text in Section 1552.070, which is really about police contracts. It's not about the surcharge. Thus, those specific terms are added for Bloomington Police Department's towing contracts for non-consensual tows, since that contract would have to follow Bloomington Municipal Code 1552.060 anyway. So hopefully this is clear. If you you have the text in front of you. It's just moving some language and correcting some typos.
Thank you. Are there questions from council members regarding Amendment 1? I don't see any, but I do have one. I do agree with Councilmember Piedmont Smith that it is just like moving language that's already in there and not really changing anything.
Just give me 1 second. I believe I don't have any concern with that. One second. Yes, we're.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and go to public comment on Amendment 1 to Ordinance 2025-19. If the public would like to comment on just this Amendment 1, which, as Councilmember Piedmont Smith described, moves language around a little bit and corrects some typographical errors. You can make your way to the podium if you're in chambers, or raise your hand on Zoom. I don't see anybody in chambers. Are there hands raised on Zoom? Okay. We'll go back to council then for any comments about Amendment 1. Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 1 to Ordinance 2025-19? Yes.
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 Thank you. So Amendment 1 passes with a vote of 7-0. Can someone move Amendment 2 for me, or can I move my own amendment as
I move
president?
Amendment 2.
Second.
Thank you, and I will pass the gavel to my vice president. So Amendment 2 is mine, and in Amendment 2 for this ordinance, it undoes some things that were added. Currently, our ordinance allows 24 hours to accrue to pass before storage fees start being active. The proposed ordinance changes that to 12. My amendment shifts that back to 24. And my reasoning for that is that 12 hours is just not very long. It's literally overnight. And if somebody gets towed, say, at 9 p.m., then they might not be able to get their vehicle by 9 a.m. Before they're starting to get charged for that storage fee. And I just think that that is not totally just. And then especially when you combine that storage fee to incorporate that additional fee of not exceeding $75 if pickup is made outside of business hours. So that is a new fee to add the outside of business hours fee. And my amendment strikes that entirely. And my reasoning for that is that there is nothing that says when tow companies have to have business hours. And it doesn't define business hours in any way, and I can imagine a tow company deciding that they're going to have extremely limited business hours in order to get that $75 from as many people as possible. And so unless we define business hours or require companies to have a certain number of business hours, I don't think that that is fair at all to add that fee in. And so those are the two changes that get made by this amendment. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, when it comes to picking up a vehicle, the sponsor said that 12 hours was not a reasonable amount of time, and that to let it revert back to 24, which I believe it is now. My question is, who can pick up a vehicle from that's being held or that's been towed? Can anyone that the person tell us to go pick it up, tell a friend to go pick it up, a family member? Or does it have to be the person that the car is titled to or whatever? Or do we know who can pick up the car?
That's correct. It's who has the title to the vehicle? Who's the registered title owner of the vehicle?
Or the owner of a lien.
What's that, sorry?
Or the holder of a lien on the vehicle is identified in the BMC as being able to claim the motor vehicle also.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm used to sharing. Councilmember Flaherty.
I have a question about the practical implication of the second component of the amendment about eliminating the fee for pickups outside of business hours. Again, I think it goes to kind of a pragmatic, like how the business operations actually work. One possibility is by eliminating that possibility of a fee for pickup outside of storage, would that mean that there's pickup outside of business hours, would that simply lead to there being no pickup outside of business hours? Whereas right now, if it allows for an extra fee, it's something that folks would be willing to accommodate because they can, recoup costs associated with showing up out of business hours to let someone get their car out. I didn't say that as clearly as I could have. Is there a legal requirement that towing companies allow pickup outside of business hours? In other words, do they have to do it regardless of whether they're allowed to charge a fee or not? Because my fear is that if they don't have to do it and you don't allow them to recoup costs, that by eliminating that cost, they simply won't do it. Did that make more sense?
Can you say it again?
Borderline.
One time? I was gathering in the beginning, but as you continued, I started to lose track. So can you repeat the question?
Okay.
I think I know what he means.
Yeah, it could be for the sponsor as well. It's totally appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think one of the other parts of code, I'm trying to find it and I don't have it in front of me, says that a vehicle must be available for pickup within an hour after it gets towed. And so if you combine that with the out of business hours, it's like if you tow my car and then an hour later you're not in business hours and you're going to charge me that extra $75. And that's where I think that these things combine to be like whoever's getting towed is just losing. And I can appreciate that like our police department is going to like dot all their I's and cross all their T's for these tows, but I also want to accommodate things like, I mean, it's not just that people are parking and blocking the right of way sometimes or accruing a bunch of parking tickets. Sometimes they're getting into a vehicular accident or, and sometimes that's something big and sometimes it's something small. Like there are lots of situations that I could imagine where somebody would have to get their vehicle towed and then deal with some sort of, emergency situation. Or if their vehicle needs a new battery and suddenly it stops working and then it needs to get towed and then you have to figure out how to go get a new battery and all of these like pieces of things.
Is it fair to say we don't know for sure how this not allowing a fee might affect business decisions of the towing companies? Or
well, I can speak to your question. I think I understood it, Councilmember Flaherty. Under Indiana Code 5-2-26.1, it lays out the tow rotation requirements, and among the list of 13 items, item number 9 says that availability for the owner to pick up the vehicle, including after hours. So it is a legal requirement to allow pickup after hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for the sponsor or for staff? Oh, Councilmember Ruff.
Like to hear the administration's opinion on this.
Changing it back to the 24 hours. We're in no objection of that.
And the fee?
The $75 fee.
Oh, the $75 fee. I can't answer that question right at this moment. I would have to talk to more people? That question I can't answer.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council member questions before we go to the public? All right, let's go to public comment on Amendment 2 to Ordinance 2025-19. If you have a comment on the amendment, which would strike the $75 outside business hours fee and revert back to 24 hours before the storage fee is incurred. If you have a comment on that, please come to the podium, clearly print your name on the sign-in sheet and state your name, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes. And if you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand function.
Hi, my name's Ken Parrish with Ken's Westside Service and Towing, Bloomington. I've been on your rotation for quite a few years. Some of us have met before and others we haven't. Thank you for having me tonight. I would like to address a couple of these changes that you're asking about. The 12-hour back to 24, actually, the 24 hours makes more sense anyway, because technically by the state of Indiana, we're not legally allowed to charge for the final 24 hours of storage anyway. So if you're there less than 24 hours, it's free. If it's been there 10 days, you're only paying for 9. So you get the 24 hours free no matter what. So going back to the 12 hours or 24 hours is not an issue for any of us, and none of us have any obligations to challenge that whatsoever. I'd like to answer some of the questions as far as eliminating the after-hours fees. And I'd like to kind of address this in 2 different manners, if I may. The non-consensual tows, which I believe is 4.32, and then the city-initiated tows is the 15.2 and the 15.48. Is that correct? The city-initiated tows is the 15.48 and 5.2?
Yes.
I know that. For
That's what the
city-initiated
amendment
tows.
is about.
Okay, just for 15? Okay. So those of us who are doing the city tows like that, most of us and almost all of us that are on your rotation for city tows have business hours, and those business hours are 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Some of us offer some Saturday hours, if not all of us offer at least a short window for Saturday hours. And yes, most of us are closed on Sundays. I myself personally, and none of these other gentlemen and ladies that are on the rotation, would probably have an issue with establishing said business hours with your agreement or contract with those, to establish that during these business hours, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, you cannot be charged any after-hours fees. And what we're doing most of the time, we're not dealing with private parking lots and stuff like that, where we're dealing with somebody 24 hours a day. Most of the people we're dealing with are city police. We're towing in cars that have been in accidents. If it was a city-initiated tow for illegal parking tickets, most of those folks can't get those parking tickets settled up till the next business day anyway. So we're not going to have to deal with that. But we do not have staff on location 24 hours a day to release cars. And second of all, I don't also have all of my employees who have keys to my establishment to go in there and unlock the building and release cars. I only have 1 or 2 people to do that. They're off work. They're at home. I got to pay them to come on their time to come into my business and release those cars. And I've absorbed those costs for a lot of years, and I know these guys have too, of having to come in after hours, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, because we also have concerns and we want them to have their car. We do. We understand there's car seats. We understand there's medications. We understand there's photo IDs and all these things that come into play. We're compassionate with that to the sense that we want you to have your things, but you also need to be compassionate with us and understand we have lives and we want to be at home too. We have certain guys that are on call of a night and they have shifts.
I'm sorry, sir, that's the end of your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Is there anybody on Zoom with a hand raised? No. Okay, we'll take the next person here in chambers.
Okay, I'm glad to let him go first because he hit everything I took notes about. So I personally am not on the sheriff rotation.
What is your name, please?
My name is Jacob Padawan. I'm the owner of Tow Time Towing here in Bloomington. We are one of probably the 2 largest private lot towing companies in town. I do not do police tows here, except for IU. I do police tows in Bedford, Lawrence County, Mitchell, and several other counties. But I basically just wanted to touch base on a few different things on the private lot side that people may not understand that we spend drastic money on.
I'm sorry, sir. This amendment is only about the police-initiated tows.
Does it not
Just
say?
this amendment.
It said both on the screen. Is it not illegally parked cars?
Yes.
This would be illegally parked cars, trespassing vehicles.
Oh, but illegally parked cars in the public right-of-way is what we're talking about at this point.
Okay, well, all right, thank you.
But you'll have an opportunity later. Thank you.
Name's Chad Stevens, and owner of Bland's Record Service. I'm just going to go on a little bit of what.
Could you please be sure to speak into the microphone? You can use the other. Thank you.
Okay. Chad Stevens, Bland's Record Service. Going to extend on what Mr. Parrish said from Ken's Westside. I want to take out the misconception that we are not open 24 hours a day, but we provide service 24 hours a day, meaning that as far as open business hours, we're 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. Now, we'll provide service all 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But like he said, I got guys that want to be home. Cameron here, my operations manager, had to come in at 3 different times over the weekend. I had to pay him, it was 11 o'clock at night, at 2 o'clock in the morning, and at 4 o'clock in the morning to release cars. And so I'm in favor of keeping the $75 or adding the $75 fee because I'm absorbing that as well, paying him to come in and release these cars. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Any other comments?
May I address the $75 fee part too?
Yes.
Okay, I'm definitely in favor of putting that in the legislature as well. Currently, you guys don't have anything that says you cannot charge an after-hours fee. And I think that if you include that it would take away a little bit of confusion to the public. But they are absolutely right. Service is 24/7. Office hours can't be. We can't afford it for the regulations that you guys, have on anything across the board. So we do the same thing. We have staff that work during the day in the office. I actually have night staff as well. One of them's right here. That kid works 6 days a week, all night long, because we're trying to provide the most help to the community. But there's still people calling at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. I'm in bed. I won't even answer the phone. But I just want to touch base on that. It is very important that we get that into the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom yet at this point? No? Okay. Next person here in chambers.
I'm Cameron Mizell. I'm the operations manager with Bland's Record Service. Just to touch on the comment that was made about concerns with stating that a towing service would say that all of a sudden we towed your car and now it's not business hours. Our business hours are posted. We say that they're Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. There's transparency with us, and we'd be happy to agree to contractually saying that as well. To get the after-hours fee put in there. Because like he said, it was actually 4 times last weekend that I had to come in after hours, 11 p.m., 2 a.m., to release cars. We don't want to keep people's cars, but we do want to get compensated for what we're having to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? All right, seeing none, we will come back to council members. Are there any follow-up questions on Amendment 2? Seeing none. Oh, yes. Councilmember Daley.
I guess, would you be open to doing an amendment to put the $75 back in?
If that's the only way that this will pass and keep that 24 hours in, I guess I have to be open to that. But I appreciate that the companies that have come tonight say that they are honest, that they're going to stick by their business hours, but there are victims of predatory towing in this town. And I also, want to say that for Title 15, that is police-initiated towing, once again, I trust that our police department is going to dot their I's and cross their T's, but there's 2 towing ordinances tonight, and they've been kept in alignment. And so part of it is like, okay, keeping it in alignment between whether you're a police tow or whether you're a private tow. And if we don't have business hours defined, then tow companies can take advantage of people. So if we leave this $75 in, then we need to also define and demand business hours, stable business hours, written business hours, so that residents know what to expect. Because I get it, if you have somebody coming in and having to work overtime, you need to pay them. There should be a fee for that, right? But it also should not be possible for then a tow company to take advantage of people by severely limiting their business hours, which could happen because there are a lot of dishonest tow companies in this town. Does that answer your question, by the way? I have some real passion about predatory towing because I've been a victim of predatory towing, and I know a lot of constituents of mine who've been victims of predatory towing. And it is a real thing in Bloomington, and it happens.
And I respect your passion, and thank you for that. Because I'm torn too, because I am concerned about, hardship costs for people who can't afford the towing in the first place. So, yep, I hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I felt like it was easier in the amendment to just scrap the fee than to try to define what business hours are supposed to be. So that was why I scrapped it instead of trying to define business hours.
Any other questions on the amendment? Councilmember Ruff.
I guess for staff more than any of my colleagues. So how hard and how quickly could we bring back, actually, let me rephrase that. Let me direct first question at the sponsor. So if these required hours were in place, you would be supportive of the after-hours fee of $75?
Yeah, if there were kind of subscribed business hours that tow companies had to abide by, then that would be fine with me.
So then that leads to my question for staff, which was, is this probably a pretty straightforward, do you envision, to, I guess for the administration question would be to develop hours requirement and then to bring it forward with the fee, with the after-hours fee. I'm not comfortable. I don't like either one. I don't like the either-or option here. I want to support the idea of requiring hours, but I don't want to say no. You pay extra fee for after-hour services for plumbers and for heating and cooling for lots of things, right? And it's part of what you do. So I don't like eliminating that.
What you're suggesting seems to be an amendment to potentially.
Yeah, but
which could be done. The hours component would require some thought, and maybe the legal department or the administration would have some ideas regarding what that might be reflected as. That potentially could come back for a third reading.
I'm going to take the privilege of the chair here for a second. I thought that Councilmember Ruff's question was for the administration. Could you bring forward another ordinance that sets the business hours and allows the $75 fee? And how hard would that be? Is that the heart of your question, Councilmember Ruff?
yeah, could we deal with this quickly in January or February or something easily?
So this is for city staff, I think, this question.
Yeah.
So maybe I can chime in here. With Title 15, these are police tows. These are tows by our contracted, the companies that are contracted with BPD. And the $75 and the business hours, we have a contract. So it's potentially that that BPD would be, able to include that in our contract with our towing companies at that level. But I will allow BPD to speak to that.
Again, I'm Sergeant Jacob Hunter. I'm with the Bloomington PD. I've been tasked early last year, towards the end of 23, with our contract negotiations, or the handling the contracts of the Bloomington Police and the tow companies for our tow rotations. During this year, it's been some changes, obviously, from state legislation. So we're currently in the process of getting the new contract drafted up to make it, I guess, okay for the state, essentially, to make sure we're abiding by all state law. We could very well potentially put those hours in the contract, because since Chapter 15 only handles police-initiated tows or city-initiated tows, we can put those restrictions in the contract, and I'm the one that deals, or the person that's designated at BPD is the one that deals with our tow rotation. If any tow companies go outside of that contract, we have the ability to cease and desist that partnership with them, so they can now no longer work under Chapter 15, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg?
So right now, like, in terms of the current ordinance, and then how my proposal totally scratches that line, like, tow companies are allowed to charge an after-hours fee, right? Like, it's just silent in code. Code doesn't say you're not allowed to do it, right?
Right, code doesn't say you're not allowed to.
So companies could still be charging an after-hours fee, like, currently.
I'd have to check into that.
Because, I mean, if code is silent on it and it doesn't say that they're not allowed to charge a fee, then they could be allowed to charge a fee.
Yes, let me I'll take a brief moment to look at Title 15 one more time.
Okay, because I guess by that logic, if we approve this amendment and scratch that fee, that still allows the police department to write in that kind of maximum
Yes, yes.
and stuff into their contract.
Yes, yeah, code does, it's silent, so it's silent as to after-hours fees, so you're correct.
Councilmember, sorry.
On the question of the $75, doesn't it, if we were to remove the language that's in there now, doesn't that mean that they could charge 150, 300? I mean, the function of that language is to limit what can be charged, not to say that it will be charged.
Is that a question for me?
Question for you.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, but I guess the part that I'm concerned about is companies then limiting their business hours to then be able to always get that fee, or to get that fee as much as possible, and then especially when you combine that with the storage fees starting to accrue, it definitely, like, this whole issue. Once again, the Title 15 and the Title 4 are currently in alignment, and the proposed new one is in alignment, and so I'm most concerned about the non-consensual private towing as opposed to the police-initiated towing, in terms of concern that tow companies are going to take advantage of people.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to keep my amendments in alignment.
So I think to Councilmember Ruff's point, I think we need to introduce other amendments at either now or at some separate time. We can further amend Title 15, I think, to add some controls over, whether that be hours, but also some prohibition of charging beyond something. I mean, might be a good idea.
Councilmember, I don't think I've opened it up to Well, actually, we did. We have questions and we have had comments, so it's become a little bit confused. Are there any further comments on Amendment 2? Councilmember Strasburg?
Well, I'll just take this is not public comment, it's
Comments
council member
from
comment.
the council members at this point.
Yeah. As I said, I do have faith that our police department crosses their T's and dots their I's, and that, you know, when they call somebody in their tow rotation, you know, that there's some element of trust there. But I don't have that same kind of faith in the Title IV towing, which we're going to talk about next. But currently, those two codes are in alignment with each other, and it seems to me that the legal department wants to keep them in alignment. And I really do not want to give anything away to dishonest tow companies who are going to take advantage of our residents and tow inappropriately, because there probably should be a lot more notices of violation going out to tow companies for inappropriate tows, but residents who get towed don't realize that they can complain or realize how to complain, and a lot of people who might get towed might be visitors, and all they want to do is get their car and get out of Dodge. And so we're not going to hear those complaints necessarily, and those people are not going to be able to follow through on what could be an extensive process with the city of figuring out notices of violation. And so I do not want to give anything away to dishonest tow companies, but I appreciate that there are a lot of honest tow companies out there too, and that our police department is working with those. So that's, I guess, my comment. I would ask council that we support this, and if we want to bring it back and make some changes around specifying business hours in terms of those fees, then that's something that could be done in January.
Okay. Any other final comments on Amendment 2?
Did you find comments?
Comments?
No, thanks.
Well, yes, Councilmember Daley.
Thank you. Sorry. I was about to start talking before you recognized me, so. Yeah, okay, so I have a love, not hate, a love, not so love relationship with this. I like the 24-hour part. I will vote to support this right now, but I do want to then come back and revisit this later and make those business hour adjustments so that we can have that after-hours charge, the $75 fee. I think that's fair for the people who have to get up at 4 in the morning. I'm so sorry for you for that. So, yeah, I'll be working to try to bring this back then and make that more palatable for everybody. So I'll support this for now, but with that understanding. Thank you.
And I will add a comment just to say that I agree with what Councilmember Daley just said, that I would prefer to leave in the $75 fee, but it's a package deal at this point, and I do feel confident that we can come back with some business hours and allowing an after-hours fee. So let's not lose sight of that in the coming months. All right, I think we're ready for,
Sorry.
Councilmember Flaherty.
If folks are quite serious about coming back to make additional minor tweaks to these ordinances, we should go to third reading and fix it now, not bring it as separate ordinances in 2026. That's my 2 cents.
So we have a motion on the table to approve Amendment 2. If we take a vote and do not approve Amendment 2, then we could consider a motion to delay, to table this to December 17th and come up with a new amendment. Am I right? Councilmember Strasburg?
I think it would be easier on staff to not try to write an amendment on the fly, especially if the next ordinance amending Chapter 4 might have a similar problem.
Okay, well, I do believe we have to vote on the motion that's on the table. Councilmember Flaherty.
Just briefly weighing in on that too, we are kind of under the wire with some time, and it's tough to amend amendments on the fly. I also got the impression from the administration that they would benefit from a moment to like step back and confer, discuss those types of additions rather than doing it on the fly in the last hour of tonight's meeting.
Attorney Lehner, am I correct that we need to vote on the motion that's on the table?
Some action needs to be taken, whether it's to postpone it to a date certain or to vote on the question itself.
Can we postpone even though we haven't voted on the amendment?
What's wrong with the amendment?
The postponement would be for the main question. So
Okay, so we should vote on the amendment.
Yes, I mean, certainly that's an option to vote on the amendment now.
I think that makes sense. Councilmember Stossberg?
I would be willing to withdraw the amendment and then move to postpone to a date certain if that would be a preference.
Second.
Oh, that wasn't a motion, but it sounds like that was a preference.
I thought that was a motion.
So I'll withdraw. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Councilmember Daley, you're the one that technically moved my amendment. Oh. So I'm okay with you withdrawing my amendment right now.
This is what I get for trying to be helpful.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah. I make a motion to.
You don't have to make a motion, you just have to withdraw.
I withdraw the amendment.
Second.
And
Okay, so that amendment has been withdrawn. Councilmember Stossberg?
And I would like to move that we postpone this matter until our next regular session on December 17th. So we're postponing ordinance 2025-19 as amended.
Second.
All right. Do we need a roll call vote on the motion to postpone, or can we just do a voice vote?
Simple majority. Simple majority is
Yeah, I
needed.
think you could do a voice vote. There's nobody participating.
Okay. All right, all in
Electronically.
favor of the motion to postpone to December 17th, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that motion passes. We will now move on to, I will give this back to President Stossberg. That's what I'll do.
Thank you. Councilmember Daley, next.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I
It's
also
after
do want to know,
10:30.
it's after 10:30, which means we need a 2/3 majority to introduce any further legislation.
What about a further amendment?
Amendments are okay, I think. I looked up in code earlier. So we would just need a 2/3 majority to introduce the ordinance.
But there is another amendment to ordinance 2020. Oh, we
We
postponed
already
all that.
postponed it, yeah.
Sorry, I lost track.
Maybe
We're
a
all tired.
point of order and information, just related to procedurally here. Would it be better if this next ordinance faces a similar set of challenges, which will require a similar resolution of stepping back, drafting something new that isn't drafted now, working with the administration to vet it? Might we be better served by moving now to postpone rather than kind of like going through some?
Well, it hasn't even been introduced.
Well,
Yeah,
I know,
it
it hasn't been introduced. I guess even directing it to a third reading. Maybe we do need to introduce it to do that, to make that motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Councilmember Daley.
Okay, here we go. I move that ordinance 2025-20 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
So since it is after 10:30, I'm going to ask that the clerk do a roll call on this motion to introduce ordinance 2025-20.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Sorry.
No.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes. That was a 5 to 2 vote, and we needed a 2/3 majority of council, not of those present. So that means that that has failed to be introduced. I just want to say grand apologies right now to our staff, Dee Della Rosa, who's been sitting over there for like 5 hours to talk about this ordinance. That will end up having to go on the agenda next at the meeting on the 17th. We'll try that again.
December 17th.
Yes, December 7th. Did I say September? December 17th. All right, moving on in our agenda then. This is the additional period of public comment, so a maximum of 25 minutes set aside for anybody who wants to comment on something not on the agenda this evening. If there's anybody in chambers wanting to comment on something not on the agenda, you can go ahead and make your way to the podium. If you're online, you can raise your hand using the reactions tab. I don't see anybody coming to the podium. Is there anybody raising a hand on Zoom? It's a lot of moving in chambers, but I don't think that anybody's wanting to do public comment. Attorney Bennett, is there any hand raised on Zoom? Okay, thank you. In terms of notes on council schedule, I would like to highlight, first of all, we're going to have a deliberation session next Wednesday on the 10th, led by Councilmember Piedmont Smith about budget for 2027, if you can believe that, in terms of prioritizing. And then I also want to highlight that next week, also on the 10th, at 5 o'clock in the Allison Conference Room is the RDC work session about the Bunga-Robertson property that Councilmember Rallo mentioned during his councilmember comment. And council members are all invited to that work session. So just wanted to highlight that. Are there any other notes? And then our next regular session will be on December 17th. The period for public comment on items not on the agenda closed, and we moved on.
We sat here for 5
I'm sorry.
hours.
Well, are there any other notes on council schedule? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
The Committee on Council Processes will meet Thursday, December 11th from 6 to 7 p.m.
Okay, any other notes on council schedule? All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you.